Hello and welcome to Sebastian Plays This. I'm Sebastian. I am joined today by Erica, also known as GnomeOfInvention / Elfie, and Ash, who is also known as Sharkbair0828, also known as Ollie, because her elf name is too difficult for me. Yep. Hope everyone's doing good today. I see Myra is here and B is here. Hope you're both doing well. I see a lot of gnomes in the chat. What the heck is this?
Because they're excited for me to be here.
I guess.
So let's say squad pulled up.
Yeah, gnome squad.
Gnome squad assemble.
Right?
Where did you load in? Ash, where are you? Where did you go?
It says game paused, and I'm on a black screen, so I don't know.
Okay.
Hi, Myra! Hi.
Then you probably don't have
you
it.
got the, our little face cams to be inside the circles.
Yes, it was a major effort because it was like, I'm a PNG, but I'm gonna put white here anyways. So I had to save it as a TIFF file, which I usually have mixed results with, so I'm glad it worked.
TIFF?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's, I think it's Autodesk Sketchbook's default file format. Oh god, I'm gonna be super lazy about walling this place off. Why does nobody just include walls? Why make maps if you're not gonna... Why make maps if you're not gonna give me the damn walls? Okay, that's fine. You're probably not gonna see that, so that's fine if I just don't do anything there. This is one that I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna put walls here, damn it. So anyhow, how are you both doing, Erica and Ash?
Oh, I'm chilling.
That's good. Okay, I got some weird music playing over here.
Doing pretty good. I'm just distracted by Cat.
I understand. I am constantly distracted by Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Cat is love, cat is life. That is true fact.
I'm surprised one, if not both of mine, have, not come up here yet and demanded to sit in my lap.
Alright. So to get you guys caught up with what happened last time, during the last stream, Utad continued on his search to find his family glaive. That all pointed to to the blacksmith in town possibly knowing something about it. So that's why he's gone. He's kind of going on his wild glaive chase. I refuse to use the term wild goose chase anymore because somebody honked at me when I did earlier. But
I have no regrets.
the party is basically just passing through Bowick. Ollie, I guess, caught up. She used her fox senses to find the party back in Bowick, and she reunited with Elfie. And yeah, I guess, what are you guys doing now? What's going on?
Well, I can't see everything.
Oh, you dropped.
Yeah,
I'm reloading.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't,
Yeah.
The whole thing wasn't loading.
I did the scene a little weird. Because, I was in a scene while the activated scene was a separate scene. It was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing.
A whole entire thing.
Nice.
As opposed to half a thing.
That's true.
What's that?
I said as opposed to half a thing.
Oh, yeah, you don't want it to be half a thing. That'd be insane. Could you imagine? It'd be crazy. Where's my random encounter table? I just want to see if I want to get you guys... If I want to harass you guys before you get doing your things. And while I'm waiting for Ash to load in, I have a chance to do that.
So, is it the
This
next
is-
day now?
This is awkward.
Yeah, I'll say it's the next day. Might as well give you like a fresh start. Make yourself well rested. All that. I'm gonna put down tokens for both of you.
What were you gonna say, Ash?
Oh, hold on. This is Appa, my cat. One of my cats.
Yes. Amazing art.
It only took her like 10 minutes to demand.
Did
It never loaded in.
yeah? Did you refresh again? Just a minute
will.
ago.
Oh no, I didn't. But I just did again because nothing loaded in after the first refresh.
Okay, I'm thinking.
Well, it might take a minute or two.
Yeah.
Before it had loaded in like a quarter of the map, but nothing else. And now it's just not loading anything, so I will let it sit.
Okay. Weird. Not to.
Your mic went robot.
Okay,
Oh.
I was like trying to see if it was me or not. I was like, oh fuck.
Sometimes it
I
likes
know.
to do that for attention.
For attention.
It's just so weird how it does that. It's so quirky. I love it so much. I love using a Samsung S8 as my microphone. Just all jangly.
I have a blue snowball, but
Oh, those are beautiful.
I've heard that they're like good, but for like super clear and crisp sound, they're not the best.
I want that or like a Razer mic.
Yeah, the Razer mics are a little weird.
I've heard, but they're
Yeah.
cheaper.
Touche. Yeah, this one was only like $90, I think. Not even. It wasn't bad.
That's not bad. I'm getting a bit of weird lag here. What's going on? Okay, I think I'm good. Let's see. Can you see now, Ash?
Nope.
That makes no sense. What'd you do?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Does your token have token vision?
I can't even see the map.
This map is... It says the entire scene is visible. So you don't even need a token, theoretically.
Something is loading in it. Give it a sec.
Okay.
It is a pretty large like map, a
Yeah.
large file. So
Yeah.
it did take a while for it to load for me and Ethan initially.
Yeah, it's always that first load that takes a while. Which means I need to turn all my maps into a different type of file, too. Okay, I'll do that by next session. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of bloat just because of the amount of assets I've had to make for Foundry.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I did not do all the maps that I should have done. Yeah. I think I only got Hughshire switched over. But, whatever. There we go. As long as this works.
So, is Ollie gonna be at like since Uted is out doing his own thing?
Mhm.
Is like Ollie gonna be staying in me and Armonius's room with us at the Wounded Rogue?
Silver
Yeah.
Bunny!
That's what I figured, or I could have you guys... There is another option for where to stay now. It has separate rooms available, but it's up to you where you guys want to stay. If you guys want to just stay in that back room, or if you guys want to stay in a place that's nicer, it's up to you.
Okay.
I'm at 98% loading.
Okay.
I can't see the map, but I can see everything else besides my token.
Okay.
It'll get there eventually. The
Yeah.
last
Oh,
2% may take
shit.
a while.
It's going down. Alright, I think I can see everything.
I think I see an Ash cursor.
Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
You as well.
Fantastic. Can you see your token?
Yep.
Perfect. That means that the tokens going missing when I change scenes is no longer a thing, which is perfect.
Nice.
Yes. Which means I can actually plan encounters before you guys get to the map now. Which is amazing, but I can't really utilize that today.
Oh.
I know. So, what are you guys doing? Elfie, you still have to basically collect the reward, which is at the Wounded Rogue. And I guess you guys kind of work from there. What you guys want to do? There's side quests. Ash, do you know how to see side quests or quests in general?
Nope.
On the left side of the screen with all those buttons, there's a button that looks like a ribbon. It'll be journal notes. You'll click that, and then there will be a something that looks like a scroll that says quest log.
Nice.
And then if you want to see the available quests, you'll go to available. And these are the ones that you guys haven't taken, but you could take if you chose to.
Okay, well, the woman... Oh, no, wait. We need to go to the... I need to go to the Adventurers Guild, right?
Yep.
To get my reward for that?
Yes, and they are hanging out at the Wounded Rogue.
Oh, okay. Okay. And has Ollie seen the hidden basement there?
No, but I would say that because she's, like, going with you, she'd be allowed in.
Okay. And what is Arvonius doing right now?
Arvonius is dealing with a terrible, terrible, terrible hangover. He's not doing well today.
Yeah, he got absolutely smashed.
I'll bring you guys to the Wounded Rogue.
I was looking at the quests, and
yes.
I'm not gonna lie, they all seem pretty sus.
Sus?
They all seem a little sus. I prefer my currency to not be in snakes unless it's a little hognose snake, then we cool. But besides that,
it's fair. No snake currencies. You're not buying into snake coin?
no.
Elfie, can you see your token?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
And I can move it.
All right. Then I'm gonna put Arvonius is just hungover as hell, just sitting in this chair.
Okay.
And I'll move this guy right over here.
Well, I pretty much picked the quests last time, the side quest last time. So Ash, if you want to pick a side quest or two to do, then you do that while I go talk to the Adventurers Guild, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Then
Perfect.
I'm gonna go talk to them.
Alright, you approach, you can see that along with the Adventurers Guild that was here last time, you also do see Ku in the background along with his companion that you saw at Oops All Cheese.
Yeah. The jerk face.
Yeah. The large turtle man looks to be the one in charge.
Turtle.
Turtle. Is he wearing glasses?
Yeah.
How can he see? They're like solid black.
They're sunglasses.
Inside?
Yeah, he's really fucking cool, okay?
I wear my sunglasses at night. Sorry.
He's a turtle with a silvery kind of tint with mostly black scales.
Okay.
And he wears a suit and tie. But anyhow, you approach him. Do you say anything? Do you do anything?
I say, hello. I'm here to collect a reward for a quest on the quest board.
He looks you over.
Ah, well, you see, we don't normally give out quests to other guilds. Are you part of the International Adventurers Guild?
No, I'm not.
He takes a bite of a head of lettuce. Takes him a minute.
Well, do you have any proof that you did what you say that you did?
Crap. I found Oops All Cheese. And I found the gnome that made the posting, and I convinced him to stop posting to the quest board.
Well, I haven't seen any, I haven't happened to see any of the, any new posts today, so I figure you might be telling the truth. How much did it say that you were gonna get?
I'm looking.
Out of curiosity, is everybody's inventory spells bar thing working, or does it just say utility for you?
Oh.
Yeah, my token actions are up there.
Okay, so it says more than just utility?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just me then. No big deal.
It doesn't actually say how much the reward is in either of the quests.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh god, that's right. It's one of those weird ones. Alright, let me check. I remember what you are. Oh, yeah. Does it say anything about snakes? It doesn't say anything about snakes, does it?
No.
Good. Okay.
Well, I figure we probably were gonna... I think she set aside 25 gold coins for this.
Okay.
Takes another chomp of his lettuce.
Lettuce.
Alright, well, here he hands you just tosses it over to you. I don't know if I'm sold on his voice being that, by the way. I might change it. But...
That's fine.
Oh, wait. It's just certain characters I don't have access to. Okay, whatever. He throws you the gold. 25 gold pieces. Do you split it, or do you just hang on to it for now?
I will... I'll keep 15 for myself, and I'll leave 10 for Uted with the guy who runs the tavern.
Okay.
For whenever
Easy.
Uted comes back, he can pick it up.
Yeah. I'll throw that into his inventory now, just for reasons.
You want me to add mine? Yeah, I can add mine.
Yeah. Perfect. Ku kind of looks at you from across their table. They're just kind of hanging out by the brazier. He doesn't really make eye contact. He just kind of looks a little awkward at you. Doesn't really know what to say. Yeah, for obvious reasons. Don't have the best history.
Mm-mm. And she no longer finds him interesting.
He's not interesting.
He's not.
No.
No.
You can see that he does not appear to have anyone else other than his one companion here, so you may be able to see that he no longer is in like a big leadership position like he was.
Ooh.
Yeah, you may have
might.
cost him his first promotion in like 50 years.
Oh. Is that like showing in his facial expressions when he looks at her?
He kind of looks mad, but then he doesn't really know how to make a mad face for very long, so he just turns to sad and awkward and just darts away.
Feel that? I felt that pain.
Okay.
What was that, Ash?
Oh, I said feel that.
So, do you have a quest decided on, Ash?
We're gonna go find some keys.
You're gonna fucking find the keys? God damn it.
Why? What?
I'm gonna let you know. That one is just one that I'm gonna say is constantly always active because it just might happen while you're doing other things.
Okay,
That one is kind of a
okay.
silly quest of mine.
Oh, okay.
Well, if
But
you
I'll
don't
say
want
that you
us to
did
do
accept
don't
it.
put it on the board.
Yeah, sorry.
Alright. Too many snakes.
Too many snakes.
All these motherfucking snakes on my motherfucking plate.
Alright. There you go. Too many snakes has been activated. It is now in progress. See, too many snakes. I'll read it for everybody that does not know. Help! I stupidly accepted snakes instead of gold before I moved here, and now I have way too many snakes. Please, just get rid of them one way or another. I'll pay you 200 snake. There's a word crossed out here. Gold! 200 gold pieces if you get rid of these snakes. Meet me at my address. Yes. No putting the fire out to make them leave is not an option. They are all gathered in front of the fireplace. PSS. I think one of the snakes is in charge of the other ones, not sure which. PSSS. If you happen to accept snakes as payment, then you really probably want this job. PSSSS. Trying to speak to the snakes by making hissing noises is a bad call. PSSSSS. 3 hisses in a row, I think, is somehow really racist and snake. Just made a real weird energy among the snakes. Won't look at me in the eye anymore.
Interesting.
Yep.
So no parcel. Got it.
Yeah, be careful how you talk to these snakes.
Okay, so the lost keys. The poster is here at the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
With the snakes, then we go to an address. So,
Yes.
Ollie, do you want to stay here and do the keys first? Excuse me, holding back a burp. Or do you want to go to the address and do the snakes first?
I can go to the address for the snakes first because I have animal stuff.
Okay.
All right. Let me get you over there real quick. Oh,
I
which
have that
house
by
did I
my
put you
feet.
in? This one. Do, 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 do. This fucking song. Sorry, Myra made this playlist, and it is just kind of incredible.
The Myra I know?
Yes, the Myra you know.
Myra!
The Myra, to some people.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta fix your vision, otherwise you won't be able to see shit.
Yeah, I'm just
well-
kind of floating in a dark void.
There you go.
Same?
Yeah, so you get there, it's a fairly nice house. For the area, it's not particularly... It looks like it's been taken care of, but it was not like a super strong construction originally.
I
Mhm.
can't move.
You can't move?
Nope.
Can either of you
Are you-
move?
I can move.
Okay, I'll put your token back down, see if that fixes it. There you go.
Nope.
Are you on the token controls button?
That might help. Okay.
Okay. You get there, you can kind of hear that there's somebody inside. What do you do?
I go up to the door and I knock.
All right.
I can't see where the door is.
You hear a
That's
lot
a
of
window.
rustling around and a lot of like things falling down. Like maybe this person ran downstairs, but before long, you're greeted by an orc with very, very high hair.
Oh God! Hello. How are you here for the snakes? Please, God, tell me you're here for the snakes.
I'm here for the snakes.
Oh, thank God.
Do you want to accept snakes as payment, or do you want the golds?
I choose the gold.
Okay. God, you're not some weird snake weirdo. I'm fine with that. Come on in. Oh, I'll talk to you about it in the kitchen. I don't think they can hear me when I'm in the kitchen. Just check a thing.
Like all the things.
All the things.
Alright, so... as you saw, I kind of accepted a lot of snakes as a payment, and now it's a whole fiasco because I have too many snakes, and they're upstairs in a room, and I just need you to get rid of my fucking snakes.
You want me to get rid of all of the snakes, yeah?
Get rid of all the snakes. Nobody accepts snakes as currency here. I don't know why I thought it'd work.
Who did you get the snakes from? Just out of curiosity.
Oh god, I was passing through Poros, and there's this weirdo that convinced me that I really could use some snakes in my life, and I had this coat he really wanted. He didn't have gold, but he had a bunch of snakes. And I don't know, I bought into it, I left, and then I ran into another person who accepted snakes as currency on my way out, and I was like, okay, cool. I guess I should hang on to these snakes. And, you know, now here I am. I'm around too many fucking snakes is really the issue.
What kind of snakes?
Oh god, it's... like, they kind of look like worms, but they got sharp mouths. I think some of them can fly, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, flying snakes. That's excellent.
That's a thing? Okay.
There's one real big snake, but I wouldn't concern myself with that one. That one, I don't think is leader of the snakes. I think they're being led by a normal-sized constrictor snake.
So
Yeah, a lot of them
your
fly.
snake
Oh my gosh.
A lot of
is
them
being
fly.
led by the snake with the wings?
No, not the ones with the wings. Those are not the leaders. I have learned that. Do not address the flying snakes. That is an insult to the rest of the snakes, apparently.
Okay.
Sorry, my fiance called. Anywho. Okay. So
They're upstairs. If I don't know. Do you all know anything else? I don't think any of them are poisonous. They've all bitten me many times, and I haven't gotten sick. I think.
It would be venomous, but I don't eat. But yeah.
Why? No, they're poisonous.
No, if you eat them and you get sick, then that's poisonous. If they bite you and you get sick, that's venomous.
Why would you eat a snake? Why would you eat a poisoned snake?
I don't
sometimes
know.
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Anyhow, can you just go upstairs and deal with the snakes? I'll get the gold ready and everything. I just don't want them around anymore.
Can I roll investigative?
Yep.
Sure. What are you investigating?
I wanna investigate that there's nothing fishy going on about what he's told us.
Ah. You can do like a insight check then if you want. He seems to be pretty forthright. However, you kind of feel like he's not really being honest about how many snakes there are.
Okay. I'd like to ask him, are you sure that there is only about 200 snakes in said room? They haven't made any snake babies or anything since you've last checked?
Oh, well, if I guess there's, I don't know how to describe this. I don't know what you'd call a group of snakes, but is kind of like here's a couple snake balls. I don't know how many are in there, because it's kind of hard to tell where they begin and where they end. But, I would say there's about 2 snake balls and several stragglers.
Okay.
His measurements for snakes are not the most helpful, are they?
It's probably just one giant snake.
It's like, what is a ball of snake?
I googled it, and it is between 10 to 100 male snakes.
Yeah, so you got at least 200.
Okay. Alright, kind sir. Well, I will do my best to solve your snake problem. Where do you want them released?
Release? I don't really care, to be honest. If you wind up killing the snakes, I'm fine with it. I just don't want them in my house anymore. They're kind of dictating everything I do. They don't like certain things I cook. They don't like certain colors I wear. And, yeah. They're really just terrible to live with. What was that?
Have they attacked you?
Oh, I've been bitten several times and flicked with a weird snaky tails.
Can you speak to them?
Oh no, I tried to speak to them, but I'm pretty sure I pulled a racist thing between the snakes, and they kind of look at me really judgmentally now. Kind of in the same way that one lady, I don't know if you've been to the Wounded Rogue, there's this one lady that gets really mad if you assume anything about elves. If you know her, these snakes are all kind of like her.
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Well, she's the worst. I tried hitting on her once by mentioning that I studied Elvish for a time, and she was like, "Why do you think I know? Why do you think I care about Elvish?" And it became this whole thing.
Ollie, can you speak to animals?
I think so, yes. I have animal friendship. And then I also have my wild shape that, if need be, I go speak to them after I turn into a snake.
You could turn into a snake. Yeah, that's correct.
I could, in fact, turn into a snake.
Hopefully you don't turn into a bird.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Oh no.
Alright.
Okay.
Do you guys want to go upstairs and find the snakes?
Bring it on!
All right.
Before we do that,
Yes.
I'm gonna cast mage armor on myself.
I'll let you do that real
That's a good
quick.
idea.
Aren't snakes cool, guys?
No.
Yeah! I want a danger noodle!
A danger noodle. Oh, is Pebbles just like in your cloak somewhere at all times or in a backpack?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. He's quite small. He sleeps a lot, I'm gonna say.
He's taking a little snooze.
Yeah, a little not snake snooze. Did you
Speaking of
activate your?
sleeping,
Did you
Yeah, I
activate
did.
your armor? Okay.
I did. My Samantha, my cat, is asleep under the desk right now.
Aww.
1 second.
I
Let me
tried,
put.
I tried to pet her with my feet, but she thought it was time to play, so she like
Not
dug
on your
her
toes?
claws into my feet and was like licking my toe, and I was like, "Oh no, no, no!
Aw.
I don't like the claws. No thanks."
Oh, the claws are good at you, and the claws will become quite close.
Yes.
I'm just putting down snakes real quick. Hope you don't mind. This guy. Why not?
What if I did mind? What would you do about it?
I guess you'd be quite annoyed with how many fucking snakes I got.
Mhm. Oh,
God.
before you took us to the Wounded Rogue, I went ahead and rolled my divination rolls. I don't know if you can see that in the chat
Yes, I saw.
because it's a new day.
All right, there you go. You both have tokens in the scene, but I doubt you can see shit. So, oh wait, yeah, you can see.
Sheesh.
It's all
Friendly
black.
wildlife. Sheesh. Brutal.
So, I'm gonna open the door for the snakes. Are you prepared to see the snakes?
Yes.
I can't see anything besides my token.
Yep.
Put you back
Huh.
down.
I
There you
can
go.
see. Nope, it's still dark for me. It's like black.
Oh, that is weird.
Boy, he's sick.
Why is that happening? What if I did this?
Yes, I can see now.
That makes no sense why that worked. There's no reason why that should have worked. But anyhow, you open the door and immediately you smell lots of snake poop, lots of fucking snakes.
All these motherfucking snakes in my motherfucking butt.
And you see there's like 2 flying snakes inside the room. They don't really seem to be paying you too much mind. They're just kind of slithering. Menacingly, perhaps one could say.
Okay. I would like to go right here to the entrance and cast Animal Friendship.
Oh, okay. On who?
The big snake.
The big ol' snake. Alright, go ahead.
Thick boy.
Big chunky boy.
Thick.
Yeah, it's a big ol' snake.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, there's no way the snake's gonna have, like... There's no way the snake's gonna have super high intelligence, right? Oh, thank God. Alright, it rolled 9, so you do have animal friendship with them. So it knows that you mean them no harm.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see. It seems to be like the main thing, though. It's not going to just be hostile to you
Okay.
right off the bat, which is probably a good thing. I considered it.
Mhm.
You hear a bunch of, like, you hear just... And they all just chill. Bunch of chill snakes going on here. Maybe some snake jazz is playing in the background. Who knows?
Interesting. So, can the snake understand me?
Can the snake understand you? No.
Okay.
Well, I guess it'll get the gist of what you're saying, perhaps. It's been around humans a lot. Oh yeah, that bird reward does not work. I meant to remove that. Don't ask what it was gonna be.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up, Sebastian.
What?
That's fucked up, Sebastian.
Alright, so... What? What do you guys do? What do you guys do?
Panic.
Panic?
Cause that look at that snake is so big. That snake could like eat me.
Easily.
I would like to cast my shapeshift, and I want to turn into a big snake.
A big snake?
Yeah.
Let's see. What can you turn... What kind of snake can you turn into? Because I'll make you the biggest snake that you can be.
Okay.
You can be one with a 1-4 rating. So 1 second. Which should mean I can make you... Oh, you can be a big snake, but not that big of a snake, but you can be a big snake.
Cool.
Let me just
Yay!
orientate it correctly. And now I have to give you permission to use this snake. God. What a weird situation I've found
I wanna
myself
be
in now that we have a
venomous.
druid. What's that?
I want to be venomous.
Then you gotta be a much smaller snake.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Ash, here you go. You are now that snake. Congratulations. I will get rid of your original token, and then you're just a snake.
Very nice.
Yep. Elfie, what do you do when you see her turn into a snake? Anything?
Ooh, she is trying really hard not to panic.
Yeah.
And she keeps thinking to herself, why did we take this quest? Why did we take this quest? I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die.
I kind of want to look back at her kind of give her an eye roll, and look at her, and then look at the snakes, and then look back at her. Kind of give her the look.
Oh, you know what I should do?
What?
I should cast detect thoughts so that I can hear what Ollie tries to tell me. Or,
That's a good idea.
So I'm gonna spend a charge on my medallion.
Oh yeah, that medallion. That is a useful tool.
Yep. So that I can cast detect thoughts.
All right. So Ash, you hear all the commotion of snake talk, and I'm just going to translate to common to you guys because I don't know who's proficient in snake talk here. But in one of the big swarms of poisonous snakes, it's what the monster manual calls them. Okay, I know they're not poisonous snakes; they're venomous snakes. It was made. These books were made in like the 80s. It doesn't matter. It seems that one of the swarms of poisonous snakes are acting as kind of a collective leader of the snakes. And they look at the new snake, like, "Yeah, see, what you doing here? What you doing here, large snake lady?"
I say, hello. What are you doing here in this bedroom? Isn't outside much nicer?
Ah, no, we're the Snake Mafia.
You're the Snake Mafia? Oh my gosh, how do I join?
You gotta know the right people.
The right
Do you
people?
know Vinny the Snake?
Do I know who?
Do you know Vinny the Big Snake?
Vinny right over there on the bed?
No, that's not Vinny the Big Snake. That's Meredith, the slightly smaller snake.
Oh, interesting. I do not know Vinny. Is there a way that I could find him, though?
I'm going to admit, I kind of thought you were gonna lie and say that you knew Vinny, because Vinny does not exist. That was a test, and one that snakes did not anticipate you would pass.
Interesting.
Yes.
I don't find it pertinent to lie when there's no reason to.
All right. Well, if you want to join the Snake Mafia, I want you to bite that purple-haired little short person over there.
Why would I bite her when she's only here to help us?
Because I don't like the color of her jacket.
You don't like the
And you
color of
hear
her
all the other
jacket?
snakes. All the other snakes are just kind of going, "Yeah, we don't like that jacket, see? It's all blue and shit. We don't like blue in here."
Why don't you
Yeah,
like
see,
blue?
you gotta bite the lady in the blue jacket.
But why don't you like blue?
Because it's the color of the sky, and that's where hawks are from.
Oh, hawks are from. Are you guys in here because you're afraid of the hawks?
We're in here because some weirdo put us in a very, 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 very large bag. Then we popped
And
out
he
here.
brought you here? Do you
This is
wanna
where he
leave?
decided to bring us.
Would you like to leave?
No, it's feckin' cold out there.
So, what if I were to find you a place to stay warm that is outside, away from the hawks, and then I could take you there?
Then I suppose we might take that offer.
Would you? That's very good to know. So, could I join the Snake Mafia if I find this place and then bring you to it?
If you find this place, we will give you membership to the Snake Mafia.
Okay, and if I join the Snake Mafia, that person in the blue jacket is my protector. I couldn't have anybody harming me.
I'm just
So I
gonna
would
say-
see no harm done to her.
All Elfie hears right now is just it's lots of It looks insane. But like, yeah, see, we can do that.
Okay. And if we were to come and go until we can get you to a safe place that is warm without the hawks, you can promise that my friend in the blue jacket will not be harmed?
Yeah, we won't bite your friend, see?
Thank you. I very much so appreciate it.
Alright. God damn. I like B in the chat. Did the snakes anticipate to talk today? No, they fucking did not.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so I kind of just look back at Elfie to kind of catch her up on what just happened and to let her know that we need to find somewhere that is warm and away from the eyes of a hawk, that is outdoors, and that the snakes will leave afterwards.
Okay.
Okay.
Elfie's like racking her brain, like, I don't know this town. I don't know where we can put these snakes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I tell the snakes that I'm gonna be leaving, and that is entirely possible that I would come back in a different form. But as long as there is either another person, snake, or possibly a bird that is a crow, with the person in a blue jacket, it will be me.
All the snakes kind of writhe together in their weird snake balls, and they look at Ollie the snake. Like, if you come here as a crow, we're gonna eat you.
I would appreciate it if you did not eat me.
I'd appreciate it if you were not a crow. Crows are friends of the hawks.
Are they? Well, that's not good. I can't control it, you see. I was made into a werecrow without, my knowledge of the fact that I would sometimes then turn into a crow. But I can't fly, and I definitely don't want to eat or bite snakes, and I promise that I don't taste like a crow.
Go ahead and roll persuasion as a snake. Jesus Christ.
How do I even do that? Woo!
-1.
Oh, it's so bad.
I'm not gonna give you I'm not gonna give you the modifier just because you're talking to other snakes, but it's still super bad. So
Well,
yeah. Like, if you come here as a bird, we're gonna eat you.
okay. So, as long as I don't come here as a bird, you won't eat me. But, will you trust me enough to say that the person in the blue jacket will come, if I am unable to take you to a warm, safe place that is out of the eyes of the hawk and not this bedroom?
I suppose that's fine. We'll let the blue jacket one pass for now.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All we want to do is help.
Snakes just kind of awkwardly there for a second. Then they look at the other pile of snakes and they go, "Now put the band back on. I'm done with this conversation now." And now it's just the whole room just looks real fucking weird to Elfie.
Okay, I kind of just bob my head as a snake, kind of just
Yeah.
chilling. Give a little wave with the end of my snake tail, and then turn around and walk out.
All right. Do you turn back into a human, or what do you do?
Can Elfie still detect my thoughts?
Yes.
Okay. So...
Yeah, I'll say sure. Why not?
I tell Elfie what is going on. Let me check. I think I can use my shapeshift form twice a day. So that means that I can, in fact, become not a snake after I leave the room. And then become a snake again if I need to. But also, they trust Elfie, so in the worst case scenario, Elfie, if I am in a form to which they will not like, I can, in fact, have Elfie come in. The snakes will trust her enough to leave said bedroom.
Yeah.
So
that'll work.
I would like to return to a not snake form, even though I do make a very pretty snake.
It's a very nice looking snake. I will give you that.
It's very pretty.
There you go. There's your token back, and I'll get rid of the snake. Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
You are using your druid skills in such a fucking weird way. I love it.
It's great, ain't it?
God. Deerkiss was a fraud.
There can be only one.
I guess. All right.
Okay, well, I guess we gotta find a place for the snakes to go.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of weird.
We can go downstairs and ask the guy.
All right.
Okay.
Bring it back down there. I hope your tokens are just automatically back, because that would be nice.
Mine is.
Oh, they are. That's beautiful. I cannot tell you how happy I am about that. So good. Anyhow, he's down there. He notices the lack of snake bodies in your arms. Oh, so you guys didn't do jack shit about the snakes, did you?
No, we actually have a plan, and I need your knowledge of the area to enact it.
Oh, okay. This is okay. To be clear, you are not going to. No more snakes will be in my house, right?
Yes, after I remove the snakes, I talk to them and realize that they have no safe or warm place, and they are afraid of the hawks that are eating them. So, I need to know, is there a safe, warm place that is outdoors that the hawks cannot get to? Such as a cave that is large enough for them, or anything outdoors that has any sense of covering.
I'm not even gonna ask how you've talked to the snakes. It's some kind of Pied Piper, I guess. But, there's not really any caves nearby, but there's an abandoned house.
An abandoned house. Does that house have a place to where they could see the sky?
No. I want to say that it's still got a good roof. It's just abandoned because, you know, apparently if you leave a house empty long enough, people think ghosts live there, and now nobody will move there because they think there's ghosts.
Does it have a backyard?
No, it's in the city. It's like my house. It's just empty.
Okay. It's just empty. And how far away would be any sort of nature?
It's kind of close to the city walls, if that's anything, and then outside city walls there's a forest.
There's a forest. Okay, could you point me in the direction of both locations of the abandoned house and the forest, please?
Yeah, it's just it's by the north gate. Just north. You just head north in the city and you'll find it.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to find a place to relocate the snakes safely so that they don't cause you or anybody else nearby any harm. And then they said that they would be willing to leave your house.
Oh, thank God. Even though I'm gonna be honest, don't know how much I take a snake's word, but whatever you say.
Yeah, me neither, but I also know what their weakness is now.
Oh, smart. Alright, 1 second, I have to import a house that I did not know that we're gonna do quite yet.
Loading sketchy house.
Yep.
Shit, you're not supposed to be able to see that yet. It was just supposed to import, it wasn't supposed to...
Well, that's what the name of the scene is. Sketchy house.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, right? Never worry about it when you see things like that.
I'm not worried about it.
Ah, God damn it! You're both loading into it. Even though I'm not there anymore, now I gotta pull you both back to the scene. There we go. Sorry about that. So, he just kind of points generally to, like, the northern part of the city. He tells you that the gates... There's a big gate in the north part of the city that you can get to the, pretty easily get to the forest from.
Okay. So, I kind of asked Elfie, what do you think the best option is? They didn't like the blue on your jacket because it reminded them of the sky. So, I would more like to look for them a place in nature, but I think that they would probably be willing to do anything to be in their own space without the threat of hawks around.
Yeah, I think that abandoned house might be a good place to start. Because my first thought was just luring them into the giant pit on the other side of town, but that is kind of a ways away, I guess.
Yeah,
It's
the biggest
about the
thing
same
is that
distance.
we're gonna have
And we also no one knows how deep that pit is, so they could just be falling forever, or you know.
Yeah.
I would like to believe that the snakes mean nobody any harm, which leads me to believe in, that I don't want to harm them. I do know their weakness though, and that's totally something we can work with, but the biggest thing is we have to get them safely and as easily out of this young man's house as possible.
Okay, as long as I don't get eaten.
They said that they would trust you, because I said that sometimes I unwillingly turn into a crow, and if I go in there as a crow, they said they would eat me. I tried to persuade them otherwise that it would be me, but they didn't believe me. So, in the off chance that I accidentally turn into a crow, they said that they would trust you enough to be able to come with you, or at least follow you to a safer place.
Okay, no pressure.
Yeah, it might help though if it gets to that point to take off the blue jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So what do you guys do from here?
We can go check out the abandoned house. Isn't that close to the gate anyways?
Yep, it's real close to the gate.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go over there.
All right. I'd like you both to run a perception while you're traveling just across the city real quick.
Whoop whoop.
Okay. Ollie doesn't notice anything as you really travel. She's just kind of thinking about snakes, and she's got that snake jazz song stuck in her head. But Elfie, you find what appears to be a key ring missing its keys, just in the road.
Okay, well, I'll pick it up and stick it in my pocket.
Yeah. I'll get you guys to that sketchy house. I mean, abandoned house. It's not sketchy. Shut up. Who said sketchy? It's not. God, I'm not a good liar. How have I kept any secrets from you guys on here? Christ.
I don't know.
Oh god, I may have made the scaling might be a bit off, so the house might look giant compared to each token, but it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
You're
Hey.
fired.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Where the fuck is God? I have to make it daylight. Hold on. I'm like, why is it so dark? Because it's night. The front door is at the bottom of this place, I guess.
Okay.
And it'll be in this.
I also just remembered that I have the spell Locate Object. So then after we figure out where the snakes are going on our way back to the house, we can see if we can't find the key.
Oh. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, yes, that's right. You can locate objects. I may need your assistance with something later.
No
I'm gonna move you
problem,
guys
Lingo.
down here is the door to the abandoned house.
That is in no way sketchy.
In no way is it sketchy at all.
Not at all.
And that is most definitely not a pile of bones in one corner.
Definitely not a pile of bones. This is not a house that I was going to use for a different thing. No way.
Okay. There's a fire going though, and the snakes like the fire.
You
Yeah,
can
snakes
see
like
inside
fire.
the house?
Oh no, I can't see inside the house. I'm just
Yeah.
watching the stream.
Oh, okay.
God, don't look at that. But
Oh,
anyhow,
I'm not supposed to?
no,
I didn't know!
it's okay. Anyhow, you open the door, and you see that there's a bunch of people in red robes.
Okay. Does Elfie recognize these guys as the spider cult people?
They're wearing the same clothes.
Have they noticed us yet?
Let's see. No.
Okay.
Okay.
I whispered to Ollie, Uted and I encountered a group of cultists on the road up here
Uh-huh.
that worship someone called the Spider King,
Interesting.
and they're like waiting for his return. So
Are they? I'm going to assume that they are not friendly then.
I don't know. They didn't attack us. They just wanted us to take a pamphlet.
A pamphlet. Interesting.
So
You
and
have
these
that pamphlet?
no, Uted has it. I didn't take one.
Okay. I would like to. I'm interested in a pamphlet.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes, I would like to knock on the door
Uh,
and say hello. Is anybody here?
Immediately, the second you said pamphlet to Elfie, somebody came running to the door. Hello, welcome. Welcome
Hello.
to the future site of the Church of the King Spider.
The
How
King
can I help you? You want a
Spider?
pamphlet? Are you lost, child? Can I help you?
I'm not a child, don't worry, but I'm not lost. But yes, I'm so interested in one of your pamphlets.
Don't shit. He hands you a pamphlet immediately, like he cannot get this out fast enough. Nobody ever says yes. He looks over to Elfie. Looks there for a second. Yeah, I know you. We ran into you outside the city.
Oh, yes, we did. Hello again.
How do you like a potential future site of our church?
It's definitely a building.
Yeah, do you not think the Spider King? No, never mind. Do you want to come in? Come in. We were about to do a little ritual, a little prayer. If you want to join in.
I'm actually in the middle of something right now. We came to see this site to see if it would work for what I needed. But now that I know that it's going to be the church of the future, the Spider King coming, I can no longer use this location. But I do wish you the best of luck. Will you be staying here during your stay in the city?
Wait, you want to leave? Wait. What do you want this place for? Why are you looking here?
We're here to help somebody else, but I cannot, in good faith to the future Spider King, even think about taking this location any longer.
Come in. We'll have a chat. Maybe there's a thing that we can all get we can come to some kind of compromise. You know, maybe I let you do whatever you're gonna do in here, and maybe you just you become a loyal follower of the Spider King. You know, or maybe you just get interested. I don't know.
I'd like to roll investigation.
On what?
On what the fuck is going on?
You can roll an
Actually-
insight, I guess.
There we go.
Elfie would like to discreetly put on her lenses of charming.
Okay.
Like she rubs her eyes, but like she's putting on her lenses.
So, Ollie, you can tell pretty quickly that, like, they're being super honest with you. They just really want a new member. Like, just seems really genuinely a happy, nice guy.
Mm-hmm. Do they mean either Elfie or I any harm?
No, not at all.
Can I tell what this ritual is going to do?
You can do an Arcana check if you want. It's enough. From just a very quick observation into their church, I'm doing air quotes right now. You can tell that they're not really doing anything magic. They're not summoning any kind of magic. They're not invoking anything. Really, it's more like they're putting on a play than doing an actual magic spell or ritual.
Okay. I'm so interested to see your ritual. I don't know yet if I could take part of it, as I'm still not sure and about joining for the Spider King. I'm not sure if I'm worthy. I would love to come and watch.
Oh, dude, come in! You both come in! Everybody, we have some new interested people in the Spider King. And they all wave to you. They're all like quite happy. Everyone's got like kind of a weird smile because you know they are a cult. And let's not sugarcoat things.
Hello, I'm Olivandria.
They all say in unison, "Hello, Olivandria."
I hear that this is going to be the new church for the Spider King.
Leader kind of speaks up again. Yes, it's what we're planning. We're going to use at least some of it for Church of the Spider King, or at least until we get kicked out by the city guard. But yeah,
Interesting. You might have to fortify the place though with some fences. At the bare minimum.
oh, are you saying that we should fight the city guard?
Oh no, I'm just saying
And they all-
more
this
difficult.
thought, this suggestion spreads around the room very quickly. Like, yeah, you know what? We should be aggressive against the city guard. Yeah, we're worshipping a higher power. Fuck yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. We've been using these swords for just fun and shows and plays.
Sure. But listen, is this you have to think about it. You have to have first before you're aggressive, you have to have a good fortified home base for the Spider King. What's gonna happen if the Spider King returns and you don't have a nice, very well set up and fortified place for him to stay? You don't want to start attacking the city guards until you're ready. At the bare minimum, like I said, just to make it more difficult for them to come in, that you should add some fences. Maybe some trees and some scarecrows?
Go ahead and roll a persuasion with advantage. Yeah, they agree with you. Like they're all nodding their heads. Like, yeah, we're gonna fortify this place. We're gonna make it super nice. Oh my
Very
god,
nice.
you were sent here from the King Spider himself. I swear.
But I cannot recall. Are spiders friends with birds? I would think not.
Spiders are great friends with birds.
Oh, what kinds of birds?
Like hummingbirds and the gray ones, in the ones with doves. And
What about hawks or crows?
oh yeah, they're best friends with hawks and crows.
Oh, I see. What about snakes?
Snakes? He loves snakes.
He loves snakes. Well, you see, my friend, I have a proposition for you. But it cannot involve hawks or crows.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm getting a vision from the Spider King. He says, the crows and hawks are bad. Yes. He says, those who fly upon the sky are too high up to see the spider's legs.
Oh my. I think that is the most profound Spider King vision that I've ever heard.
He works in mysterious ways.
I think I have a very just amazing idea to help fortify your base for the Spider King. But first, there has to be fences and scarecrows for it to work. But if you get that done quickly, I believe that I have the perfect plan to keep him safe.
Oh, what's your plan? We could get that done. Over there, his name is Michael. He recently quit his job working for the Treasury, so he's got a lot of money to spend on this kind of thing, don't you, Michael? Michael is just kind of like, yeah, I will give my life I will give my life's earnings to this place.
Very good, Michael. Now, what we're going to need is we're going to need a very sturdy fence, along with 1 to 2 small caves within the yard for warmth. You see, I have connections with the Snake Mafia, who is currently looking for a good place to be safe and warm from birds like hawks and crows. And I know for a fact that if the Spider King's church and the Spider King himself were to help keep them safe, that they would defend this place with their snake legs.
Well, you know, I've heard, spiders and snakes. There's like a song about it, I'm pretty sure. And you know what? We can do that. We can get that done.
Could you get it done lickety-split?
We could get it done in like, I don't know, if you don't care about the cave that much, we can get everything else done probably like a day.
A day.
The caves
I would have to double-check,
big rocks.
But yes, the cave wouldn't have to be large. It would more just have to be a covering for warmth, if that makes sense.
But this place has a basement.
That might work. Is there an entrance to the basement from outside?
Yeah, not currently. Currently, there's really no entrance to the basement. They seem to have just sealed off every entrance to that basement, but it's no big deal. We can get that dog out.
Interesting. Okay, I think that I can solve all of our problems right here, but I want to double check first. Is that okay?
Oh, to double check, or?
Oh yeah, to double check with the snakes.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Very good, very good.
Oh my god, they can help us get rid of the mice.
Oh, I'm sure they would love that. They can help you get rid of all of the mice.
God, you can only eat so many pickled mice before you kind of get real tired of it.
I bet. There are some small flying snakes, as well as one very large snake named Meredith. You don't have to be afraid of them, and it's a good thing you all are wearing red because they don't really seem to like the color blue. But they are pretty friendly, and I have every goodwill that they would keep this place safe.
Bro, yeah, we're totally up for this. Yeah, go ahead, check with them. We hope to see them. We can get this place cleaned up a little bit, I guess. There's some bones on the bed that we can clean up. Unless they want to eat the bones, we might keep the bones, actually.
I'm not sure if they eat bones, but I'm sure that they would probably want to stay. They like fires, so I definitely think that they would like fires. And until you can get the fence and scarecrows up to keep the birds away, they would probably stay inside. But they're friendly enough.
It's no problem at all.
You can't hiss 3 times in a row because I've heard it's racist. So make sure to stay away from that.
Oh, yeah, we could avoid hissing altogether, I guess.
Very cool. Okay. Well, I will be back, and I might be back with an entire snake army for the Spider King.
Wait. Before you go,
Mm-hmm.
Are you convinced that the Spider King has visited your heart?
Am I convinced that the Spider King has visited my heart? I do believe I feel a little bit of the Spider King's good wills and intentions within my heart. And I think that if this plan works to fruition, that, yes, the Spider King will have visited my heart.
Hey, what about you? What about you with the pink hair? Do you also believe that the Spider King has brought you here too? You and your friend here for a reason.
I look into his eyes and cast Charm Person with my eyes of charming.
Okay. Sure. Let me just run that real quick.
It.
Yeah. Kind of looks at you like, are you coming on to me?
That is not how charm person works.
It might when you fail.
Oh no.
God damn it.
Sorry. She had something in her eyes earlier. We think it might be allergies.
Oh, I get it. Well, anyway, would you like one of our robes?
Currently no. But, like I said, if the plan comes to fruition, then totally.
All right.
Now, do you know what the Spider King looks like? Do you have any way that I could see if the Spider King himself is giving me any signs?
Oh, yes. Oh yeah. Chad Hugh back there. He had a vision of him and he drew him not that long ago. I got the picture right on me. He takes it out and it looks like it was done in like crayon by a 4-year-old, and it does not look very good. But he hands you the picture and it's just like a big spider with a crown.
Very nice. Okay. Alright. So, do we want to make our way back to the house with the spiders?
You mean
Or
the
spiders with the snakes? Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm following your lead.
And while we're walking through the city, I would like to cast Locate Object on the keys.
Okay, go ahead and cast Locate Object.
Do you need something that's connected to the keys? Like, because I have the key ring.
No. I don't think
A
so.
specific object known to you, as long as you've seen it up close within 30 feet at least once.
Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest
Mhm.
object of a particular kind.
I will say that you know. I would say it would work because you have the ring as well, just to help you out. Like, you know roughly probably what the material would be. Alright, let me just figure out where that is real quick. You actually see that it is in a place that just smells of cheese and ale.
You know exactly where that is.
Nice. So would you like to go
Um,
pick up the key first? Or would you like to solve the snake problem first?
Do the guys still need time to like set up the fence and stuff, or
I think what they said they were going to do was allow the snakes to come in by the fire until that the fence and the cave and scarecrows were set up.
and that they would like dig out the basement somehow, like
Yep.
make an entrance to the
Somewhere
basement.
nice and warm and to hide for the snakes to hide from the or
Mhm.
from the hawks.
How about we go get the keys? That'll give them time to do their thing, and then we can go get the snakes.
Very true. Oh
Perfect.
wait, I would like to knock back on the door again.
Yeah, the guy just kind of runs towards you.
I ask if he has a very large bag that I could borrow.
Oh, we don't have a large bag, but I do have a... Oh, God. Where is it? He's looking and looking and looking and looking. I do have this. And he takes out this purple bag that's actually quite small looking. You could fit a lot in this.
I would like to cast an investigative check on the bag.
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I can do I can identify it right away.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm gonna cast Identify on the bag. So there, I cast it.
All right. Immediately, you can tell that this is a bag of holding.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
It's like, well, if you need, do you need two? I've got two.
2 might be beneficial, yes. It depends on how many snakes are willing to be in the same bag as one another.
I will say, I'm gonna say that the snakes will basically go into like a comatose state if they're all put into the bag because lack of oxygen. But
Yes.
the snakes will be fine.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Okay,
I
you guys.
I wouldn't mind having a bag of holding for myself.
That's what I was going for.
For things.
Oh, there you go.
Is it okay if we borrow both of these bags and return them to you after our plan comes to fruition?
No, you could have him. You've been visited by the king spider. You go ahead, take him.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I hope that we may see you again, and maybe you could participate in one of our rituals one of the times. I think there's how many of there are? There's an even number of us now, but one person usually directs, and then everybody else pairs up into being a spider together. So we always need another person to play half a spider.
Very nice, very nice.
It's like we
Yes,
crab
what-
walk while stacked on top of each other. So we got 8 legs.
Oh, interesting. Do be sure to work on the fences and the scarecrows immediately. We wouldn't want to disappoint the king spider.
Oh, no. You don't never disappoint the king spider. Although his forgiveness is everlasting and thorough, you don't want to upset the king spider.
Very good. We will be on our way. Thank you for the gifts, and we will be back with our friends the snakes.
All right. So what are you guys doing now? Now you got that done.
We're gonna go get the key.
We're
All
gonna go to the pit.
All right. Oh, so you're just not gonna let Ollie know anything? Oh yeah, that's one way. Okay.
No, I'll tell her what to say when we get there.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
push her in there without telling her what to do.
All right, there you go. You guys get to the pit. No one's really around right now. Just a pit.
Okay, the question though.
Yes.
What time of day is it?
By now it's like noon.
Okay, is the tavern open?
It goes by cheese time. It's kind of a risk you gotta take.
Okay. I go up to the edge of the pit and I want to do an Arcana check to see if the teleportation magic is still active.
Go ahead. You can tell that it is.
Okay. Well, hopefully we don't just jump into a void and die from whatever. Okay. So I turn to Ollie and I explain what's happening. So we're gonna jump into the pit.
Okay.
And I know. It's scary. I might
Ollie
have
can
peed
turn into a
myself a
bird.
little the first time. Just don't tell anybody. But there is a command phrase that you need to say in order to activate the teleport.
What about Pebble?
Anything you're carrying goes with you.
Great.
Okay, so the phrase is wait, it's all cheese. Always has been.
Wait, let me type this down. Wait,
Yeah.
it's all cheese.
Always has been.
Okay.
Yes. And as far as I know, you have to say it out loud.
Yep. God, I would hate if you died that way.
Imagine.
Hmm?
I said imagine.
Be quite depressing. I'd feel like a dick.
Okay, I'll go first this time. I feel kind of bad for leaving Uted out to dry a little bit. Oh, he was fine. Just,
Yes, he was.
he was fine. But I'll go first.
Okay.
Elfie leans over the edge and then she closes her eyes shut real tight and then steps off. And as she starts falling, she yells, "Wait, it's all cheese. Always has been." And just curls up into as small a ball as she can.
And immediately you find yourself at Oops All Cheese. You were not messed with at all.
Kneels on the ground and kisses the ground.
The process was a lot easier this time around for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I kind of open up my backpack and peek at Pebble. Kind of hey, Pebble, I love you. And if we make it through this, I'll give you a treat as soon as we get there, okay?
Pebble just looks super excited.
Okay. So I kind of walk up to the edge. And as I'm getting ready to do the jump, I'm about to step off and I say, "Cannonball!"
Okay.
And as I'm falling, I say, "Oh, fuck, wait, it's all cheese, always has been." And then I do a flip.
Nothing happens. You're still falling.
Oh.
Nice.
He did that to me, too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a different reason, though, why I'm doing this to Ollie.
Say it again.
You're going faster and faster and faster. You're picking up speed.
Wait, it's all cheese, it always has been!
And now, you awaken to the doors of Oops All Cheese.
Is it because she said fuck at the beginning?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna be
So
that
petty.
petty.
So petty.
Let me just get the right
Listen,
people in here real quick.
I feel
Okay.
like if you're jumping into a giant void and you don't know what's at the end, fuck's a pretty good word.
Several people have died doing this.
Ha!
All right, Ollie, there's your token. And Elfie, here is yours.
I would like to open my backpack and give Pebble a ration.
Okay.
Kind
He's-
of pet him, and I say, "We did it, buddy." No.
Pebble is really in no danger, considering he can technically fly.
That makes one of us.
But anyhow, you get in. You hear a lot of people talking. There's a lot of people in there that I need to place down.
So, Ollie, before you go in there,
Yeah.
it's kind of split into two sides.
Okay.
So, if you go in one door, the only way to get to the other side of the tavern is to go out that door and through the other door.
Interesting.
So can you cast locate object again to will it tell you where exactly in the tavern it is?
I'd say she does know where it is. It's on the.
Oh, okay.
It is on the right side, underneath a bar stool.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I tell Elfie where exactly.
Well, then I guess we should just go get it then.
Okay.
So just be prepared. We may get stuck here, for the festivities, and we can't leave until they're done.
Interesting.
These
Okay.
are the rules.
But hopefully, if our side wins, then we can have as much ale and stuff as we want, and we won't have to pay for it.
Interesting. Okay.
But if our side loses, then we're responsible for paying the tab for the other side.
Oh. And wait, what are we trying to win again?
It's different each time.
Okay.
So go ahead,
How
do your
strong-
thing.
How strong are you?
1 second. Where do I check that?
Your character sheet. You'll double click on your character and you'll see.
You don't have to tell me like the number. You can just give me a adjective. Yeah, same.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like not noodly armed, but I mean it's kind of like a half noodle. I might be like a breadstick type armed strength, maybe instead of a limp noodle.
I am definitely pasta.
Nice. Interesting. Okay.
Are you ready for us, Sebastian?
Yep.
Okay. Then after you, ma'am.
Oh, wait, I go to the right side, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
go to the right.
All right. One moment. Okay.
Excuse me.
As you guys get in, you guys kind of see it's their midday thing going on right now. They're kind of just, everyone's drinking. It seems like a game is going to start at some point soon. Just it hasn't quite begun. It's kind of like just their midday thing.
Interesting. Do I know exactly where the key is?
It is underneath one of these stools, by the bar.
By the bar. Which direction is the bar?
It is in the middle. There are two bars. Run by identical twins each side.
And I would like to check under each of the stools.
Go ahead and do an investigation then for all of them if you'd like. Just one general investigation check's fine. Actually, no, perception. Fuck me. God damn it. You do see that it is in the... You do see what appears to be a key at the last stool at the very top.
Interesting.
And that is when this gnome steps and sits in that chair. It's kind of in your way.
Interesting. I would like to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Excuse me, kind sir. You are currently sitting on an object that I'm here to find. Could you please remove your buttocks from the seat so I can grab it very quickly?"
Hello. Sorry. You mean this? He picks up the key from underneath the stool. Do you want this?
Yes, please.
Oh, are you with that gnome over there?
Yes, that's my companion.
Oh, well. He throws it across to the other side of the bar, on the left side. Yeah, then.
Yes, thank you, sir. What was your name again?
My name is Koo. I'm sorry.
Your name is Koo. Well, Koo,
Yes.
don't do it again.
Okay, I won't. I'm sorry.
Did Elfie see this happen?
Yep.
Trying to decide how she wants to deal with that. Okay, so,
Sorry.
over the, like, before her long rest last night, can we say that she copied over prestidigitation into her spellbook?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that costs money to do that. Anyway, she's gonna go over to Koo.
Who sees you coming from like a mile away and he's like looking away.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh crap!
Hello, Elfie. Hi.
I kind of stalk up behind her. And I walk to the other side of Ku.
Oh, it's fine. You go get the key.
I'm allowed to go to the other side?
Oh.
The barkeeper hears you ask that question. No, you are not allowed to go to the other side. No. You cannot go until the competition ends.
Well, you see, barkeep, an object I was sent here to locate was thrown by dear Ku over there to the other side of the room. I need to acquire it immediately.
God, what do you think we should do about this? You know exactly what we should do about this, his twin responds. Well, if you can drink a special drink, we'll let you go. You can go over there, but you're switching sides for the night.
Or how about you have your twin brother pick up my key and hand it to you. I will not be separated on sides from my companion.
We do not do that.
So, an object that was taken from me by one of your patrons cannot be located because it's against the rules.
Yes.
Interesting. Who made these rules?
Well, they kind of look at each other kind of weird for a second. Like, well, we inherited this place from our father, Noon Fantasia. And he came up with these rules.
I am. Do you know who my father was?
No?
Well, you should. And if you did, you would be very, very worried about making my family upset with your shenanigans. Now, I do suggest that you send someone over to grab my key that was taken from me and my companion, and you bring it back to this side. Now, that does not mean that I won't stay for the competition, and that I will be willing to pay if we lose said competition. But I was sent here to retrieve something. I'm on a very important mission, and I find it quite rude that little guy over there, that ginger dude, took my key and threw it to the other side. Now, don't make this any more difficult than it has to be, because I can ruin your day, sir.
Jesus fuck. Roll an intimidation with advantage. That one even, got me. Jesus. Yeah. He's just like, yeah, go ahead. You can go. It's fine. His twin brother's like, hey, you're not supposed to do... It's fine. It's fine. Just grab the key.
I kind of look at the twin brother and I'm like, excuse me, what?
Uh,
Speak louder. I couldn't hear you.
I'm getting the key.
Thank you.
He goes across. He goes... bar. He grabs it and hands it to his twin brother. That then hands it to Ollie. Real quickly, he puts it on the counter. He's like, here's your key, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Now, I would appreciate if that fella over there, is reprimanded for his actions. It was quite rude to throw the item of a lady. A very important lady, mind you. My family would most definitely not appreciate this, and I know that this is a very well-established establishment, and I would want nothing bad to come to you or your reputation.
Yes, you, get out of the bar. Get out of the bar. You and your friend, get out of the bar. Q just kind of looks upset, but he doesn't really know how to handle conflict, so he just kind of awkwardly.
As Ku is passing Elfie, just before he gets out of range, she casts prestidigitation to make him smell like a fart for an hour.
Ah! In Lorfer, who was the sexist dickhead that you ran into back in Hughshire, Elfie. He kind of makes a grossed out look. They both just kind of head out. And you see them just kind of out a window, just kind of teleported away.
Very good. I walk over to Elfie and I hand her the key.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are very welcome. And then I look back at the barkeep and I say, "Thank you for removing the problem. My friend and I will be on our way. I do not want to stay for your celebration. When
well, actually,
I cannot be sure that I can be able to celebrate in a place such as this. I do appreciate getting my key back, but
you see,
see what?
You can't leave until competition is over. We only we get 2 extra teleportations in between each competition, and we just use both of them to kick Koo and his friend out of the bar.
And you didn't see that pertinent to tell me that beforehand.
You seemed really mad at them, and I didn't like it. You're really scary.
I am really scary, and I would like to leave.
We can't. You can't leave.
There's no emergency teleportations.
No.
Because this is quite an emergency.
We can't. Why do you think we're hidden? We don't meet fire code regulations. That's why you have to go into a pit.
Regulations. It would be a very, very bad thing if the city guard were to find out you don't meet fire code regulations. I couldn't even believe to understand what would happen. I wouldn't want anything to happen to this fine establishment. Everything here seems so lively and jolly. Especially that guy that threw my key across the bar. I would like to leave, and you're going to make that happen, and I'm going to be taking my companion with me.
He looks over at Elfie. Does Elfie have anything to say on her, like anything going on there?
Well, the only thing I have to say is if you're worried about the time, it does move differently here, so we could be here for several hours and not as much time will pass on the top side.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's what you're worried about.
Oh no, I'm staying true to the chaotic neutral.
Okay. More like chaotic Karen, but
yeah, that's what I was going for. Honestly,
I
I was like, I really gotta Karen the shit out of this. Fuck that little dude that just threw the key all the way on the other side of the bar for absolutely no fucking reason. Could have sat in any of these other stools, and then sat in the one that I needed, and then tossed the fucking key like a jackass. No. No. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. But I also don't like the idea that I'm forced to stay in a place because they're having a little silly competition.
Ooh.
Elfie like comes up to the bar and she looks at the barkeep and says, maybe I think she means business. You might want to do what she asks.
Oh, well, it will take at least about, 4 cheeses before we have enough to maybe scrape by 2 teleportation charges.
4 cheeses? What do you mean 4 cheeses, and how do I get them?
Oh, 4 cheeses. It's roughly about an hour.
Interesting.
But by then, we're gonna start our competition soon for the midday.
And what does this competition entail?
We do 3 competitions between one side of the bar and another. And then at the end, the other side pays the tab. But if you lose, you don't gotta pay the tab. Don't worry. You're royalty, right?
I'm very important where I come from, and my father is a very prestigious man. I do not mind being a part of your competition until you have your 4 cheeses that are needed. And then, my friend and I will be leaving immediately. We have a very, very important mission that we're on, and we cannot afford to stay the whole time. But, on any other day, I would love to be a part of your competition for its full duration.
Well, it's going to... by the time the competition's done, we're gonna have a full recharge anyways for everybody to leave.
Interesting. That doesn't mean me and my friend can't leave beforehand. We will stay as long as we need to. And as soon as we have the 4 cheeses, we are leaving.
It should be done. It should be done by
right after the first competition, probably. We could get enough.
Very good. And for all of the trouble that you have caused, and your twin brother has caused, I will be leaving a very solid tip for you. Because I would like to show you that I am not upset by what has happened, but I do not appreciate what has happened as well. So, I hand over. How much money do I have? Hold on. How do I see my inventory?
You just double click on your
Aha.
token, and then
I
inventory.
hand over 15 gold. And I say, make it snappy.
Yes, thank you, generous queen, princess. Thank you. The twins, they're like out of sync for the first time in probably years. Like, the competition is about to begin. Start. And they go into their hat where they have all the competitions. And let's see. First competition is gonna be a guzzling contest. Yep, a guzzling contest. So everybody get over here, and everybody gets free drinks right now. Yep, come on. Everyone up to the bar.
Okay.
The Karen energy has them fucked up.
I know. But can we take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom and feed my cat?
Yes, that's fine.
Oh yeah, I
Right.
should probably do that.
I'll be back.
All right,
Be right back.
short break. Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
I figured I'd been really nice for most part, you know.
Yeah, I love it. It's so good.
I was like, what's the type of person I would not want to deal with in this situation? I was like, haha, I know. I know.
Yeah. I love that it's just now canon that they're a secret bar. Is anybody still here?
I'm here, I'm just typing down notes so I remember.
Oh, okay. God, how's everybody in the chat doing? Things escalated so quickly. And that's amazing because we're not even around the Snake Mafia right now. Gonna be honest, kind of surprised Ollie didn't try to like name drop the Snake Mafia in this situation.
Oh god.
Jesus Christ. Anyhow, I hope everyone in chat's doing good. Hope you're doing well, B. Hope you're doing good, Tim, Myra, and Arcturus. I believe you're from.
That's my fiance, and he will tell you to try and kill me.
That's right.
That is correct. Okay, I'll be
Well,
back.
that chance may come later.
Damn.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I'm just the DM. God, I'm gonna drink water. All the weird accents are throwing me off. By the way, people in the chat, what do you think of the new layout for D&D? I like it. I feel like it feels a lot more immersive than the one I used last time. And I feel good about this one. This one I actually made, which... God, I have to make one for every single configuration of anybody that ever happens to join for D&D. But, nah, it'll be fine. The camera frames are so much bigger than I anticipated they would be. Like, I thought I'd be able to fit like 3 of them of that side on that, of that size on that side. Does not work. Anyhow. How's everybody liking the music? This was a playlist made by Macy's V, also known as Myra. And it has had some weird stuff on it so far. What is this song even? Flowbots? Christ. I think Despacito was on this playlist as well earlier, which is a little bit odd as well. Just heads up to everybody watching, I will not be streaming on Friday, as I will be in Toronto that day, and Monday I'll be in Toronto as well. So no streams Friday or Monday, but I will be back Tuesday for another episode of D&D. Yeah, I'm actually going to be going to a D&D themed restaurant when I'm in Toronto. It's going to be a lot of fun. Kind of curious to what a D&D themed restaurant is. But it's going to have weird food. Oh, it's good food. Yeah, I've never been to a themed restaurant, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So Suanova showed up earlier just to say hi and bye. Appreciate it. You go see who else might be lurking around. Nadia Steele's lurking. Hey, Bubblegum Girl, lovely to see you. There is an NPC, which people do not seem to have noticed. I wonder if you could tell which one it is. Which one is the odd NPC out? But, doesn't matter. Hmm?
Oh, what is it? Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Welcome back.
Thanks. How are you? Chat, how's it going?
They seem to be doing well. There's a slidey bath rat in the chat, which is always great.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Myra!
Every chat needs a bath rat.
Myra. Hi. Long time no see. What's up? It's me, your girl, Ashley.
God, you're lucky Myra's here, else that would be so awkward. I saw she was in the chat.
It's just crazy, like, seeing all you guys, like, on Twitch after it's been so long, you know?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I still think it's super funny, though, that, like, you didn't know who my cousins were.
God, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We don't talk to that part of the family anymore.
Understandable.
Oh, yeah. My mom actually moved back up there. And lived up there for a few years. She was like, oh, you should come with me. I was like, fuck no.
If someone comes at you with... Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen at a D&D themed restaurant I'm going to.
Oh, boy.
God. Just...
Nope.
It's just
Oh,
domination and domination restaurant. That's what it stands for. It's just a bunch of doms broing out at each other, being all pissed off.
Dude, I think it's super funny whenever I see those... Dom or sub. You Domino's or Subway? Domino's for the...
Subway's better. But anyhow, welcome back. Well, welcome back, Erica and Ash.
Guess who's
Christ.
Thank you. It's snowing outside where I am.
back? Really?
Ooh.
Yep.
Oh,
You're so cute.
I
Really?
love snow! It
So,
only snowed like once here. It's really sad.
I would not imagine it happens often there.
It does every so often, but it never seems to stick. But there are seasons, so it's better than Florida, and there's not piles of snow that are taller than I am, so it's not Michigan either, which is nice.
And there's no alligators, which...
No, I like the swamp cats. You leave them.
No, they're literally
The
my
little
worst
ones are
nightmare.
super nice.
I have recurring nightmares about alligators and crocodiles.
Oh, really? Crocodiles or whatever, but alligators, as long as you don't fuck with them, they're cool.
Hmm.
It's the
Anyhow.
same thing with, like, mother sharks, you know? Like, the mother sharks, not, like, actual, like, parent sharks, but, like, mother sharks, like, the type of shark. People are always like, it's a shark! And I'm like, dude, this is a sea dog. I don't know what you're talking about.
Into a puppy.
So, you guys are doing the an ale guzzling contest.
And there
Each
is a shark in
side...
the bar.
Sorry, what's that?
And there is a shark in the bar.
Oh yeah, I thought you'd find it funny.
It is.
Yeah,
But
look, it's me.
so each side chooses one challenger to consume 5 ales in a row. And I'm gonna say the other two are already pretty sloshed. So it's gotta be one, or one of you two has to be the one that's gonna get real drunk now.
Uh-oh.
Hell yeah.
Who's it gonna be?
I don't know if it's a good idea for Ollie to get drunk, especially if she's going to be turning into a snake later.
That's what I was gonna say. Pebble,
So-
Pebble.
You cannot have
No,
Pebble be the one
no,
to
that
do
would
it.
probably kill him.
Probably.
Alcohol poisoning. I'll take one for the team.
All right. The bartender asks, "So who's gonna do it?"
Elfie, sheepishly raises her hand.
Oh, you were here last night, I think. You're Elfie, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And who's going to be for the other side? And immediately stepping onto the bar he announces himself. He stands, he twirls his mustache, he goes, "It is I, Coil Bonk Wobblecock. I will be the champion of the ale tonight." He looks over at Elfie, gives her a weird, suggestive wave, I guess?
Well, she does not get it at all. It goes right over her head.
Yeah.
I kind of look at him with the Karen eyes,
The Karen eyes.
like the
Christ.
Kinda like,
Ugh.
Oh, I don't know if I told you this, Ollie, but Elfie is very unflirty, so any kind of romantic subtext or flirts from other people, she does not pick up on it at all.
oh, same.
Perfect. So, let's see. Coil Bonk is handed a very large mug of ale, and then Elfie is as well. There seems to be no size advantage between the two of you, so it seems fair. All right, everybody, they say in sync once again, finally, the two bartenders. 3, 2, 1, drink! And please run a Constitution check for me.
A check or a save?
Check. Actually, you can roll that 5 times.
Okay.
You do 5 times, and you'll write down your total. Ooh.
Oof.
Yikes.
All right. Wow, and you do have okay, there you go, final. All right, and that total is, let's see, 13, 18, 30, 40, 63. Coilbonk, that was not supposed to be you saying that.
I'll put it in
All right. Ah, God damn it. It makes me zoom in when you do this.
Sorry.
No, I have to roll Constitution 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I don't even need to do math here. Coilbonk, accidentally drinks down some of his mustache, and immediately, it's disgusting, and he kind of spits it out all over the bar. All kinds of gross. Elfie, however, how do you do this? I'm going to say you successfully take back all these ales.
Am I drunk at this point?
Oh, you're drunk as hell at the end of it.
Jeez. Well, is there a penalty for throwing up?
No.
Okay, so
Just
I'm
in poor
imagining
taste.
that the first mug, she just chugs it and moves on to the next one, goes through maybe 1 or 2 more mugs before she throws up, and then keeps going.
Oh, God.
she's just like, and then keeps going. But then by the end of it, she's like, "Oh my god, what am I doing to myself? I regret all of my life choices."
So she feels drunk and terrible now.
Yeah, and like still like on the verge of throwing up.
Aww.
She has a very small tummy.
And the bartender goes, and the winner of this round is the right side. Right side already has their first win of the night. So, are you two going to stick around? Because we got the cheeses ready, unless you want to continue on the competition.
I kind of look at Elfie, and I kind of, Elfie, are you good? Would you like to stay or would you like to leave? I will give you the option. I don't believe you're in much of a state to do a lot else.
Well, her words are kind of like slurring together. They do have like the cheese time here, so maybe if we stay and do the rest of the stuff, I'll maybe sober up by the time we leave. Maybe a little.
Very fair. I look to the twin that I Karen'd out and I say, kind sir, please give my companion and I a glass of water.
Yes, your highness. Gives you both a glass of water. And gives Elfie specifically like a bowl of pretzels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, they reach into the hat once again to figure out the next competition. Let's see. It's not going to be another ale guzzling contest. That'd be so fucked. Okay, here we go. Like, and now we'll do a trivia contest. All right.
Okay.
He's like, no, I'm very smart.
I will say, because you are drunk, you will have disadvantage on these checks.
And she's like, I know things, so I'm gonna win.
And I kind of poke her, and I'm like, I'm really bad at trivia.
Okay,
So-
it's okay, I got it. And she's like a little bit unsteady on the bar stool.
To
Can I cast
explain.
healing word on her? Would that do anything?
Does it cure wounds? Or like do anything for conditions? It does not do anything for conditions.
Shitty.
But anyhow, the first. So just so you know, Ash, if you do not know the answer in real life, what this would be, you simply roll for a history check, and that will determine if your character knows the correct answer or not.
Okay.
All right.
Oh wait, would anything with medicine help Elfie?
You could do a medicine check if you wanted to try to like sober up a little bit.
Okay. 14.
I would say she's still pretty drunk, but maybe more focused. So I wouldn't give her disadvantage on her
Fuck yeah.
on
Okay.
intelligence rolls, but she's still like slurry. She's just really focusing.
Okay.
She's not gonna throw up. All right. So first question of the night. What? The desert is a dangerous place. But what is the most dangerous creature you can find in the Vishen Desert in the south?
We roll history.
Yeah, if you want to be the one to go for it.
I will let
I think-
Elfie roll.
You can
I
both
think
go
I
if
know
you want.
the answer. Is it the
Yeah,
hat?
well, you can roll with advantage then, Elfie. This being said. So you both come to the answer at the same time, and on the other side, Lupo, he's still here. He's here a lot. Maybe he has a problem. Let's have him go. Fucker.
Shitty.
All right. They first look over at Lupo, and then they look over at Queen Karen on the right side. Ollie, what's the answer? The answer is Hef, by the way.
It's Hef.
Yes, Ollie wins. Yay!
Thank you.
Lupo just kind of looks at them like, what the fuck? I answered first. Like, okay. Kind of pissed. All right. Second question. Who is the singer from the band? We should double check this real quick. I have to check a thing. Hate checking things.
Checking things is the worst. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but like I'm not positive, so let me double check.
Who is the singer who came up with this song, The Grey Parade? Who went as a troubadour all over Vishen, and who has been seen in the lost and the fallen kingdom of Poros? Who was that? What is his name?
This is Erica. It's Gerard Direction.
Okay, so you do get an advantage if either of you want to roll for that specifically. So 19. Perfect. All right. And this time, Lupo is just like, I don't give a shit. I'm not answering this if they're gonna do it this way. And that leaves this rat in a bathrobe. Do a history check. Which was a nat 20. And immediately the rat goes, that was Gerald Direction! And the bartenders look at him, who answered kind of out of turn. But he immediately goes, yes, that is correct! That is Gerald Direction, the drow who is wandering Vishen on his grey parade.
I kind of look at the barkeep on our side.
He kind of just looks,
Stare him down.
kind of just doesn't look at you, just kind of tries to avoid eye contact as best he can.
I clear my throat.
Yes, Ollie?
Is this a fair competition?
Yes, it's fair competition. He answers first.
Okay, let's keep it that way.
Yes, ma'am. Right, final question and tiebreaker of the night is, kind of nervous. There was an ogre terrorizing the eastern portion of the fallen kingdom of Poros not long ago. Does anybody happen to know what his name was?
Oh my god, this is the ogre that we met, right?
No.
No, it wasn't. Darn.
Oh, okay. Elfie like climbs up on the bar and she's like, I know this. I killed him.
Go ahead and roll with advantage. Oh, fuck, Ollie.
I don't know.
Ugh.
Damn it.
Oh, God. Wobblecock is gonna try to answer. Let's see. Holy shit, he rolled worse. Elfie, you got it correct. Go ahead and say it.
His name was Shrock.
Yes, that is correct, Ollie. The right side wins. Once again, did you win the last round? Yeah, you guys won twice in a row. The right side wins the night. Do we dare do another bonus round, or was everybody like to go home? He looks over at Ollie, just kind of like,
I kind of... Hey. And I'd like to ask Elfie how she's feeling.
Drunk am I right now?
Pretty drunk.
Let's do another round.
Okay.
All
She,
right.
like, grabs a handful of pretzels and stuffs them in her mouth.
Kind
All
barkeep,
right.
if my friend could have a refill on her water, please.
Oh, yeah, here you go. He pours the water. He gives you both new water and more pretzels.
Thank you.
The bonus round competition of the night is a special one. We have not done this in a good long while for obvious reasons. It took a long time to repair from last time. Tonight, the final bonus competition will be Giant Boar Taming. All right.
Elfie, like at hearing the word boar, she like scrambles so far off the bar stool that she falls on the floor and like hides under the table.
They explain the rules. Like, one representative from each side will face off against a giant boar and attempt to ride it.
Interesting.
Longest time wins.
Interesting.
Fuck, this is a weird one.
I kind of look at the other two compatriots next to me and I say, "Don't worry about this. I can handle it."
All right. Are you happy about the boar, Gnome?
Be is not the right word.
I feel like you should be happy, but it's a cute boar.
Look at
He's
his
so
little
fun.
tusks. He's so
Yeah.
fluffy.
He's so fluffy, you're gonna die.
It's so fluffy.
From the right side, who is going to ride the giant boar? Who's gonna try?
It will be me.
All right. Ollie, go ahead. Get on the boar. And you are going to roll a dexterity or strength check.
I would like to cast Animal Friendship.
You may not do that.
Darn it!
I was like, no, don't make me do more math.
You said dexterity or strength?
Yep, up to you.
Is it normal or is it advantage?
What is your wisdom? What is your wisdom at?
16.
Okay, it is normal. Oh, sorry. What is your animal handling at? I apologize.
Animal handling is 15.
Yeah, still at normal.
Darn it. Okay.
Hey, go ahead and roll.
Already did. It's a 16.
Perfect. 16. You're on it. You're still on it. You may roll again.
For what do I roll?
Either one.
So dexterity or strength?
Yep, up to you. We're just seeing how many rounds you're able to stay on this thing.
Oh.
You're still on it. Go ahead.
Just gonna keep rolling till she fails.
To some extent.
Okay.
And
Whoa.
you are bumped off hard into the wall, in between, like, onto the barrels, in between the bartenders. The one that you kind of cursed out looks at you. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Highness. It just maybe." He's trying to, like, he's scrambling, but he's kind of making it more difficult for you to get up because he's just not really knows what he's doing very well.
I kind of look at him and say, "Can you help me up, please?" And it's not Your Highness, it's Lady Olivandria.
Yes, Lady Olivandria. Yes, we'll get you right to your stool.
Thank you.
He brings you to your stool pretty well, as good as he can. And now, Lupo decides he's gonna win this fucking round. Let's see, Lupo. What was it? It was dexterity or strength. So go ahead and run strength, Lupo. Oh, God. Lupo is on it. He's doing pretty okay. Where are these strength checks or saves? Checks, okay. Did I do
I'm
that
gonna
as a
use one of my divination rolls.
Yeah?
Yeah, so his next roll will be a 3, so add whatever modifier you want to that.
Let me see. Just double check. 3. He's off. He falls off the second round, leaving Ollie, the master of the board tonight. And once again, with a clean sweep to the right side of the room. I think that's the second time. Wait, no, they didn't win all rounds last time, but congratulations to the right side. They have won every competition tonight. They are not paying their tab. The other side is.
Kind of look at Elfie and I give her like a fist bump.
All right.
Like reaches out her fist and then passes out.
So, Alfie, you don't drink anymore, do you? Throughout the rest of this little celebration?
Nope. She's unconscious now. She
Hey.
passed out.
Ollie, do you drink at all during the rest of the celebration?
I kind of sip at my drink.
Okay, so you don't really get drunk or anything.
Nope. I ask them if they have anything other than ale.
We got some premium wine if you would like it.
Could I have a small glass, please?
Yes, we got this all the way from Erishen, the last remaining city of the elves. They
Well,
open it up, and they pour you a glass.
Very nice. And so I sip at my wine with my pinky up like a bad bitch.
You do gain 1 inspiration.
Woohoo!
I'll mark that on your sheet for you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna get rid of the magic boar. Go.
Bye, Boomba.
All right. So, God, I love that you put the unconscious tag on your character so much.
Yeah, she passed out underneath the table on the floor.
So, the night goes on. Elfie is kind of furniture at this point. She's too drunk to function. But, people have a thing where they're just trying to balance cheese on her while she sleeps.
Nice.
But then, the bartenders are finally wrapping up their... All right. Everybody, if you're ready to leave, we'll cheese you later. And with that...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say, do they have anything to wake Elfie up?
She's more so just going to be teleported out of there. It's going to be interesting. But, and with that, you guys find yourself back at the pit. You've been teleported right back. I'm going to get you guys out of the hole, though. Because that scares me.
Scares me.
It's
Oh,
a
look, it's
fake.
Erica.
It's a fake
Hi.
hole. Hi.
I see a little fake.
So, what do you guys do now? You guys have the key. You guys have this snake situation pretty figured out. Although it feels like hours have passed by in Oops All Cheese, really, it only feels like maybe 30 minutes or so have passed in the actual world, I suppose. Standard time.
Can I take a short rest since Elfie is unconscious?
Yeah, you can both take short rests if you like.
I will do that.
Question, are you just taking a short rest just right outside the pit?
Well, yeah, because I don't really have the strength to move Elfie.
Perfect. That's fine. Go ahead and take a short rest. Because you are full elf or half elf? You're half elf.
Half.
I believe you do still... Oh, God, there's a thing here. I don't remember if being a half elf, you don't need to sleep. In order to get... you do still need like a full long rest in order to get the advantages of a long rest. I guess. I thought that was for half elves too. I guess I'm wrong.
Rip.
I'm just gonna double check. No. I feel like I'm missing something because I'm pretty sure you're able to do that as a half elf.
It's possible. This is 5e?
Yeah. Screw it. I'll say whatever. It was really good wine, really good ale. You both get a long rest. Screw it. In a short rest amount of time. Oops All Cheese provides pretty good ale. You don't feel hungover. You feel rested when you wake up.
So I can do a long rest instead?
Yeah, treat it as a short rest. It'll work. It'll be fine.
Well... Okay.
You've also been passed out for like 3
Well,
hours already.
Well, it makes a difference whether I take a short rest or a long rest because that affects how many spell slots I get back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let you go ahead and take a long rest and get all your stuff back. It's fine.
Okay. All right.
I just see the cursors all moving around on the screen. All right, Ash, do you know how to do the long rest? Oh yeah, you do. Perfect. All right, you guys got your cantrips, not cantrips. You guys got your spells back, whatever. And what do you do now? You guys wake up rested outside of the pit, right at the precipice of it. What do you do?
Very nice. I say, good morning to Elfie.
It's morning already? How long was I out?
You were out for a good long while.
Right now, it's like 5.
I think you're trying to trick me.
You were pretty unconscious, if I do say so myself. I didn't want to try to move you because I don't think I'm strong enough.
It's fine.
It happens.
So is it just the one key that we needed to get, or were there multiple keys?
I'm gonna say that you got all the keys.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the person looking for their keys is at the wounded rogue, so we can go back there, return the keys, and then go get the snakes.
Sure, sounds good.
Right. So I won't make you like load in and have that big weird interaction with the person that lost their keys. Because too much switching between maps in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
But essentially, you get there and you find out that it was the person who lost their keys was fucking name. It was the lady who was really offended by Uted.
All right.
But she doesn't have anything against you guys. So
The really
good.
belligerent elf.
Yeah, so she gives you, what was the reward for lost my keys? Lost keys. Oh yeah, real money. She gives you 10 gold each.
Cool beans.
Yeah. Some of these side quests are not worth the expense.
I didn't have to pay for my ale, so it's not a big deal.
True. Oh, you do wake up sober now.
Do we get any
I just
experience?
want that to be noted. Do you have your coins added to your inventory?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so you want to deal with these snakes.
Yes. Do we get
All
any
right.
experience points from the key?
You do. Yes, you are supposed to get experience points.
Sweet.
And
Thank you.
Uted and I also get experience points from the Oops All Cheese stuff.
Oh, that's
do we get
right.
experience points from Oops All Cheese and the keys?
You do. I'll give you guys the
Aha!
experience points for the keys first. You know, it's not much for just the keys.
That's fine.
Actually, no. You guys did a couple things, so it is actually worth a decent amount. Not a ton. That is for the keys. And then... this will be for Oops All Cheese from the other night. God, you guys did a lot on that one. That one's actually probably worth about that. And let's see. Anything else I need to reward you with? Oh, yeah, actually, Ollie needs a little bit for her social interactions. Because her social interactions were intense as fuck.
Experience for the Karen.
There you go. Not a ton of points, but something.
Thanks. Oh wait, did you
Actually-
get experience for the oops all cheese this time?
Did I not give you that?
I don't think so.
I did. No. Yeah, I didn't give you that. Oh, shit.
I only say this because I'm like super close to leveling.
Priorities.
Yeah.
Understandable. Still not a ton.
Darn, so close. It's so fun.
All right. All right, you guys get back into the. You guys are let back into the snake room pretty quickly.
Great.
The guy just wants these damn snakes out of here. He's
Okay.
real tired of them.
And then I would like to turn into a snake again, the same snake.
Go ahead, I'll do it for you.
Gotta find it. 1 second.
I wonder, did I give you permission to use this snake forever? Because that would be hilarious if I did. Oh yeah, I totally did. Huh.
Woo!
I just gave you permission to own the snake token, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Oisek, thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well.
What?
Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. In the middle of D&D, where Ollie just turned into a giant snake.
Gotta do the little tongue thing. Blah.
Yeah. Jesus. But yeah, I hope you're doing good. Alright, Ash. You turned into a snake. You've been welcomed back into the Snake Mafia headquarters. Those kind of nodding at you.
I can't see anything besides the room. I don't know if that's important.
You cannot see the snakes?
Nope. I only see the bedroom, and that's it.
Elfie, can you see the snakes?
Yes, I can.
1 second. Right, lots of computer struggles today. Oof. Every now and then it's gotta happen. How about now, Elfie?
You mean Ollie?
1 fucking second. Myra got me here. She added the Zoo Pals song to the playlist. Yeah, I'm gonna catch that one. Alright, I'm just gonna put Ollie in here then, and you'll just kind of ignore her. Like, that token's not really there, it's just for your vision.
Okay.
Are you good now?
Yep.
Okay. So, you approach the snakes as a snake. What do you do?
I kind of, look back to Elfie and kind of, like, bob my head, trying to tell her to like, cast her thought thingy to hear me.
I'm assuming I pick up on what she's
Yeah.
trying to tell me.
I kind of tell her to, get in my bag of holding, because I'm not sure if I can turn back into my person form while in the room with the snakes, and that they will trust me if I do so, but that we need to get them into the bags.
Okay. Alright, so the, did you say that, any of that, you said that to the snakes, right? Just to...
No, I said that to, Elfie.
Oh, just
with
to
my
Elfie, okay.
thoughts. Oh wait, I need to add the bag of holding to my inventory, right?
It should be in your inventory.
Aha, okay, yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. And then I just hand that over to her.
Yeah, sure, I'll say it. She's just carrying 2.
Yep. And I kind of tell the snakes, like, okay, I have found you a place to live with other people that are going to fortify the home, that they are willing to protect you from the Hawks, and also willing to make sure that you have a place by a fire, as well as adding things like caves to keep you warm and dry, and we are going to be taking you there now.
Yeah,
We are
see,
very excited to see you.
what's the deal with these people? Why are they so nice to us snakes?
Because they are very excited to have others around them and very willing to help. They understand the need to not want to be stuck in the same place where you don't feel safe and you don't feel welcome. And they definitely understand your need to want to be able to see the sky when you please.
Well, I suppose. Sure, why not? If you can get us there without being attacked by crows and ravens and hawks, then why not?
Okay, great. I have our friend Elfie back here in the blue jacket.
Blue jacket!
Blue jacket. But remember, we made a deal that as long as she is with me, she is safe. We wouldn't want anything to happen to her, because without her, I'm not going to be able to take you to this safe place. With lots of space for you all to roam and do snake things.
We do like doing snake things like snake rock, paper, scissors and
Oh yes.
snake point at things.
I do imagine that snake rock, paper, scissors is very fun.
It's quite difficult if you're only one snake.
I could imagine. So my friend here is going to open up these 2 bags. And you guys can separate how you see fit and make your way into these bags. And as soon as we get there, we will take you out of the bags and you will be free to do as you please. We just want to make sure that you're safe from the hawks. We can't let anything happen to you on the way.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion with advantage. It's like they're pretty on board with this. Let's see. Yeah, that's good enough. They're all in agreement. They're all just like, yes.
Very good.
Right. So, they're all just crawling into. Is Elfie hanging on to these bags?
Yeah, for the time being, until I can, switch back to not
Okay.
snake form.
How do you guys get all the snakes in the bags?
I guess I hold the bag open, but like on the floor, so it's like sitting on the floor, and I'm like holding it open from the floor. Does that make sense?
Okay. You find that is a very good way to get the snakes in the bag, even though several of them look at your blue jacket and kind of hiss at you, but they're not biting. They're getting in the bag. But you're getting a lot of weird side eyes from these snakes.
I kind of side-eye them in my snake form and, lift my head up, Kind of just glare at them and nod my head towards the bag.
Oh my god, you bastards. I do have to give you a lot of XP for this. God damn it.
What about the big snake? Is that gonna fit in the bag of holding, or in the same bag, or do we need to put it in the other bag?
It has told Ollie that if there's no room for it in the bag, it will eat the other snakes temporarily and then let them out when they're in a safe place. And all the other snakes are in agreement.
I kind of look at Meredith and say, fret not, there is plenty of room for you in there. And if not, we have a separate bag just for you.
Yeah, I'm guessing that works either way. So Meredith crawls.
Snakes in the bags.
Yep. Oh, fuck, I have to give you so much XP for this. All right. Yeah, there you go. You guys got the snakes in the bags.
Whoop-whoop.
All right. Do you guys want to go down and tell the owner that there's no more frickin' snakes?
Yep.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, you guys get down there. You can see he's just kind of pacing about. He's just really frustrated with these snakes. But you do catch him humming snake jazz. Just.
Oh, hello. Welcome back. Did you finally get rid of the damn snakes?
Elfie holds up the bags. Yep, got them in here.
He hears just a lot of hissing from the bags. Oh, that's amazing. You guys did it, so I guess I gotta pay you, don't I?
Yes, kind of.
All right, well, here you go. He puts out a very large bag of gold coins in front of the two of you. He's like, it's 200 to get rid of the snakes, and here you go.
Thank you very much for your business.
Yeah. How do you split this?
Evenly?
I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, evenly.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead and add 100 each if that's what you're doing. What the hell got added here? Can't skip this song. All right. Did you add the gold to your inventories?
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Then, where are you guys gonna go now? You guys gonna go bring the snakes to those people?
Can I give my XP so I get level?
Yes.
Woohoo!
Let me double check how much XP you're getting, because fuck, it is a decent amount.
Ah!
Let's see. Oh my god. All right. This is gonna level you up. Like, there's no way it doesn't. Here you go.
Whoop whoop!
It's a good chunk of XP. Thank God Elfie's not leveling up. I can't handle overpowered Elfie yet. How close are you though, Elfie? I'm curious. Oh, you're pretty close.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Just a little ways away.
how do I update it so that it shows? Because I have 682 XP and it's level 4.
Yes. You'll go on your character sheet. You'll go to features.
Yep.
Right click on Druid. Click Edit Item.
And then hit level 4.
Then click Details.
Uh-huh.
And then where it says 3, you'll get rid of that and you'll type in 4 and press Enter.
Okay.
Then you'll apply anything that might happen with your level up. Which means that you do get more health.
Woohoo!
Which, I'm trying to remember how that works. How the fuck do you do health again?
I don't know.
Let's see. $5E Druid. I'm pretty sure it's just your hit die plus your Constitution modifier.
Mm-hmm.
It says
Yeah.
ability score improvement. I don't know what that is.
Oh, you get to add 2 points to anything you want. You could add like
Oh,
1
cool.
point to strength, 1 point to intelligence, or 2 points to one thing. Up to you.
And then
Or you can pick a feat.
Or a feat.
a feat. What's a feat? But also it says wild shape, something with that.
Your wild shape is improved. So now you are able to do max challenge ratings of 1.5. So you could become a crocodile if you wanted to, as an example.
Fuck yeah! Okay, and then I can add 2 points to 1 or... Yeah. Okay.
Or 1 point to 2.
Okay.
And I'm gonna check to be sure. So I wonder if you get any new spells. Let's see. At
Is
level
this stuff
4,
like persuasion, or is this like strength and dex and stuff?
strength, dex, con, intelligence,
Okay.
wisdom, charisma. You do also get one more cantrip,
I'm just trying to figure out how to add my points.
Yes. What ones do you want to add to?
I'm gonna put it in wisdom.
All in wisdom?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Alright, now you get you get one more level 2 spell,
Sweet.
I think. Probably. Let's just say it, and if I'm wrong, whatever.
And then a cantrip.
Then one cantrip, yes.
Wow, cool. Okay, I gotta look up my spell book.
Yes. Rob. How you doing, Alfie?
I'm good.
Good.
Futzing around with my inventory a little bit.
Organizing or just looking over it?
Yeah, organizing it.
I forget, does XP reset to 0 when you level up?
Maybe?
It might. Okay. Just checking. Alright.
Do I still need the stuffed sheep's bladder?
No, you can get rid of that if you want.
Okay.
Maybe it'll come in handy, you don't know.
Nah, I don't want it. I don't want it.
No one ever wants the stuffed sheep splatter.
Okay.
You find what you want?
My second level spell that I want is gonna be Summon Beast.
Ah, okay. What? Why do I not have that? Because that's an easy one. Okay, I'll add it. Because
Okay.
I could have swore I had that.
And then cantrips.
IB. Some beast. Thank God this is one of those, Oh, this comes from the book I bought. No wonder I thought I had it. Okay. Let's copy and paste everything then. Let's see. Call forth a bestial spirit. Spirit stat block? Oh, okay, good. It's right there. Thank God. Okay. Let me just add that. Oops. Add. It was called what again?
1 second.
I think it was Summon Beast.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Bestial Spirit. Interesting. That is a weird spell.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Mm-hmm.
What am I gonna give this one? I'll make this be the symbol, because why not? Seems fun. No, I'll make it a weird pumpkin. That seems funny. Wait, do you have any idea on the cantrip?
Primal Savagery.
Alright. Tribal Savagery, did you say?
Primal Savagery.
I heard it as tribal for some reason. Primal, okay. Why do I not have that one either? It doesn't matter. Let's see, that's a cantrip. Savagery. Perfect. There it is. Oh, it's part of Xanathar's Guide to Everything. Okay.
Woohoo!
Ooh, that is a fun spell.
I know. I get angry.
Yes, you do. Jesus. Right. All right.
Pretty cool.
So let me just pick up the icon for that, which I'm just going to make probably be some angry looking person.
That's fair.
Or just teeth. Do I have teeth? I don't seem to have teeth, but I do have claws. There we go. Ooh, should I make them gross looking claws?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go. They're real gross looking.
Woohoo!
There you go.
Okay, and then how do I do my health thing?
Yes. Do you see the 4 by your health on the character sheet?
Yeah.
You will click that, and then roll.
Roll one of them.
Yeah.
Cool.
+4, you get 10 extra health.
Rat.
So now you're at 32 health, and I'll type that in.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
There we
got it,
go.
I think.
Yep, perfect. And I will restore that hit die. There you go. Perfect. All right, you are all leveled.
Thank you.
All right. So, I'm gonna guess you guys bring the snakes in and everything. I'm not gonna run you through that too much because there is something that does need to happen.
Okay.
So, you guys bring the snakes into the house. They seem to make themselves at home pretty quick. The leader of the cult does, however, go up to Ollie and goes, "Sir, we really appreciate you bringing the home defense snakes. But question, are you part of our church? Because, we could always use more members, just saying."
You can consider me an ally of your church.
You know what? I'll take it. We'll count that among our membership. Okay, perfect. We don't do union dues or anything, if that's what you're worried about. We don't do that. But, where'd Ollie go? Here.
I don't know.
There you go.
Evaporated.
We will give you... Do you want the robes?
I will put the robe in my bag and use it when you call upon me.
Yeah, perfect. Here you go.
Thank you very
I
much.
added it to your inventory. Do you want one too? Small, purple-haired one? Are you part of the church?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
There's like, okay, fine. We hope to see you eventually. We want to bring all into the flock of the great King Spider.
Very well.
But-
Make sure you do what I said about the snakes, though. You wouldn't want them to get upset.
Yes. So-
Meredith gets grumpy when she's upset.
Oh, they're like petting Meredith. They love Meredith. Like, the snakes are just cuddling up to them so good.
Oh,
I feel like Erica's just like, snakes don't really cuddle.
They do too.
But, so anyhow, what do you guys do now? You guys finished up that quest. What do you do?
I don't know.
Oh, perfect. That works perfectly for me as soon as you're loaded in here. So as you're wandering the streets of Bowick, kind of celebrating a good day's work, you accomplished so much. You got these side quests done. You helped somebody get their damn keys back. You helped an up-and-coming small cult obtain some dangerous animals, and you influenced them to put up fortifications and actually use their weapons if they need to defend their new home, which you maybe have militarized a cult mildly, but it's fine. You completed
Don't worry about
Oops All
it.
Cheese. But As you are walking, you are approached.
No.
By, let's see. Where is
I'm not interested in extending my car's warranty.
it? It's definitely not that. Let's see. Where is it? I'm gonna put you. I'll say that you guys are around the marketplace when this happens. So you guys finally get to see the market. Which is good, because I really probably... Oh my god, you guys are huge if I put you here. Hold on, let me change the scaling, otherwise you guys are gonna be giants.
Fuck yeah!
No, not fuck yeah.
Wow.
No.
Rawr.
This is a bad thing.
3, 5, 4, 5, give me goods.
Right now, you guys are bigger than tents. By a
Oh, yeah.
lot.
I'm tall!
Super tall. Okay, this is more reasonable. And I will make the grids more obvious for you.
Oh, you're good. Thank you.
All right, you guys are in the market. You're just passing through, kind of enjoying your day. It's been a good day. Elfie, do you buy anything?
I do need to I need to offload some stuff and get some stuff.
All right, I'm gonna say like there's pretty much merchants for everything. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna run this, as in they're just gonna buy what you're selling.
Okay.
And maybe they have stuff if you want.
Oh, sorry.
Ollie, do you need armor? I have a set of padded armor that I never wear.
I might need armor. Right now I have leather armor.
Oh, I have padded armor. It's not any better than that.
I might need new weapons. Is there a weapon vendor nearby?
There is a weapon vendor, yes.
Could I check his wares?
Absolutely. I'll just tell you what he's got in stock. Actually, what specifically are you looking for?
A sickle or a staff.
Staff. Let's see.
I also am gonna need a component vendor for feathers.
You could also buy a components pouch.
Touche. Yes, I'll do that.
All right, there is a staff. There's a couple staffs.
Any sickles?
You do not find any usable sickles,
Okay.
but you do find a decent staff, but it's more so used as a focus for sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards.
Okay.
As a druid, you don't really need a focus. I think you already have a focus.
I need to see what other weapons that I have any that I can use.
Yes. I'll see if you... See, you are good with quarterstaffs and sickles. And maybe they do have a sickle. Let me see. You do find a vendor that does seem to have one particularly interesting looking sickle.
Interesting. How much is it?
It is 350 gold coins.
What is the heck is it called? What are the stats on it?
It's interesting. When you roll a 20 on your attack roll with this weapon, your critical hit deals an extra 2d6 damage.
Okay. Okay. Is that it, or is it?
Well, it's
I don't know. I don't-
it's
I don't know a
enchanted.
lot.
It's better than your sickle now. It's
Okay.
very similar, it's just stronger. If you
Yeah,
manage to roll a crit.
I kind of look at Elfie and I'm kind of is this worth buying?
I don't know.
The salesman is like, so do you want it? Because we got many buyers for this. It cuts hay like no other. You'd be amazed. This bad boy cuts through so much goddamn hay.
Quite a bit of hay. Interesting. How much does a bag of holding sell for?
A bag of holding sells for... Oh, come on. Bag of holding, here we go. A lot, but I will say it's maybe not something that you want to get rid of, but it is worth 4,000 gold.
Jesus.
Maybe I didn't realize what I gave you.
Nope. Okay. I've got a decent amount of health. How much is the components bag?
Components bag is... Where are you? Oh, sorry, component pouch. It is 25 gold.
Okay, I want to buy the sickle, and then I want to buy a components pouch.
All right, that'll be 375 gold unless you can successfully haggle with them if you want to try.
Could Elfie haggle for me?
I don't know how good of an idea that would be, but you guys can do whatever you want.
I'm not entirely sure how to haggle.
Basically, it's going to be like a persuasion based on or intimidation if you want to try that.
Oh no. Not
Based on
good.
what you say to the merchant to try to lower the price. And how much you actually want to pay. How much you'll offer to pay. Salesman looks at you. So, do you want these two things? I can give them to you. Just you gotta be 375 gold coins. No snakes.
No snakes. Sir, do you know who I am? Do you know who my family is?
Fuck. No, why would I know who your family is? Does your family have a lot of money? Can you pay more?
I cannot believe you would ask the daughter of Ollivander, the magical shop owner, if I would like to pay more for these wares, where I could go somewhere else and get them for much cheaper.
Okay, how much do you think you're gonna pay for these?
I'm willing to pay 325 gold for both.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, problem solved. Thank you for your business.
God, you do not lowball me like the rest of my players. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I figured I wouldn't. You know.
I'm not paying 25 gold for grapes. Thank you very much.
Hey, maybe they were really good grapes.
They better have been magic grapes.
Okay, wait, so 320.
325, which will leave you with, what is that, 85, I think?
85.
Right, and Elfie, you are buying feed, correct?
Yes, I need. I'll get like a week's worth of feed.
Week's worth? Okay, that's only... God, I'm gonna have to...
It's like.
do
really
you have
cheap.
silver on you?
No, but I can convert stuff
Yes, it's just 3 silver.
for the lot or per bag.
For the lot.
Okay.
It's not very much. I'll throw that in your inventory while you're working on that.
Okay, and then I also need to sell some stuff or somehow get rid of stuff.
Yeah, can I sell my
Yes.
old sickle?
Yes, you could sell your old sickle, absolutely.
Great.
Let me just get this feed figured out. Where'd it go? Were you completely out of feed?
I actually put the feed in the cart inventory.
Oh! Did you already move it when I put it in?
Why can I not find this? Feed. Where the hell is feed? Guess I didn't give you feed. Ah, screw it. I'll put it in the cart.
In the cargo section.
Yes. Oh yeah, that's right. In cart inventory, it's specifically a character made for that. Okay. Quantity. I'll put it at 8 just to round it up to be nice.
Oh my gosh. I'm looking at this robe. It gives me doggos.
It gives you what?
Dogs.
Gives you dogs? Hold on.
It gives me 2 of them.
What did I just give
And
you?
a
Hold
portable
on.
ram.
I don't think that was on purpose.
And a riding horse with saddlebags. It gives me a lot of stuff.
Where do you see a dog? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. It gives you a bunch of weird shit.
It's fucking great.
It's like, yeah, I was hoping that you guys would want. I was hoping like one of you would not take it. But it's quite useful.
It is named the Robe of Useful Items.
Yes. But remember,
Oh,
these
that's
you
cool.
get these at random.
Oh, that's fine. I just like the options. I can get a dog.
Okay.
2 of them. I already got their names picked out and everything.
No matter what, it will have 2 daggers, 2 bullseye lanterns, filled and lit, 2 steel mirrors, 2 10-foot poles, 100 feet of rope, and 2 sacks. No matter what, that's what it will have on.
Okay, cool. So can I go through and just sell all the stuff that I want to get rid of?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I don't even have to like ask you about it.
Yeah, everyone's gonna buy stuff. This is a huge city. This is the capital of the Orc territory. So there.
Okay, cool. I'll keep track of what I put in here.
God, what a weird session. Like 0 combat.
I mean, it's great. You
been-
thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, you thought I was gonna die too.
Oh, do you think we're done with danger?
No. You just still think
No.
we're gonna die. You
Hmm.
What is the resource 1, 2, and 3? What is that?
I would just ignore that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like if you had a limited, like if you had something like Action Surge.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like Erica's just selling all her shit.
Well,
Okay.
she's taking the opportunity to sell some of her acolyte equipment that she doesn't use anymore, like her vestments and her prayer book, and
I guess I see why she wouldn't use
it's
those
just
very much.
emotional baggage that she doesn't need anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I was over my carry weight.
Fair enough.
Okay. I
Alright.
am done selling my stuff.
All right, how about you, Ollie?
I don't really have much to sell because I haven't been here long enough to get very many things.
Fair enough. You're not carrying around a billion things.
Yeah, I want to sell my old sickle.
Oh yeah, I can pick that up for you. I'll unequip that, and let's see, how much is that worth? It's worth... How much is this worth? Oh, it's only worth like 1 gold.
Okay.
Okay.
How much
I'll just-
is my quarterstaff worth?
Quarterstaff is worth not even half a gold coin.
Okay, then just the sickle.
Okay. I added that to your inventory for you, your gold.
Thank you.
All right.
So as you are shopping and whatnot, you begin to hear bells ringing from the main castle of the city. People are scrambling. You're hearing alarms go off. You're hearing guards shuffle about. And before you know it, most people have vacated the street, and you are all surrounded by guards.
Since we took a long rest, like, really recently, can I do my divination rolls?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, before long at all, this whole area is just swarming with guards.
Oh my goodness.
Like-
Okay.
Hey, you did your divinations?
Yep, I did.
Ooh, you got a nat 20. Beautiful. So, a guard steps forward, looks at you both. Are you Ollie and Elfie?
Who is asking?
We're here on behalf of the city of Bowick and the Ungar. You two are under arrest.
For what?
For murder of the 12 council members of the Ungar territory.
The 12 council members? I've never even met them.
We have evidence that puts you at the scene of the crime. You will come with us.
Evidence.
What evidence?
We can discuss that when we get to the jail.
I'd like to cast Entangle.
Elfie, what do you think of that?
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Okay. Maybe not then. Never mind. I won't cast it.
Okay. Elfie scans the guards to see if she can pick out who is in charge.
I'm gonna say it's the one in between you, so like I'll put him in the middle of you two.
Okay. We're flanking him, you know. And she's going to use her Medallion of Thought
Oh,
to cast Detect Thoughts on him, just to read his surface thoughts, though.
okay. So you don't even need a saving for just to see surface, right?
Right, just the surface. If I want to probe deeper, he'll need to do a saving throw, but I just want his surface thoughts.
All right. So he's thinking about how, like, you can tell he's freaking out over the murder of the leaders of the nation in this city. And he just is thinking about arresting you and getting you to the jail as soon as possible.
When were they slain, guards?
They were slain sometime before. Well, they were slain just. Oh god, what time was it when you guys went on your little rest? Basically, he explains as it was around between the times of your going to Oops All Cheese and the end of your long rest.
Interesting. Sir, have you heard of the bar named Oops All Cheese?
We've heard about it. That's where we've gotten our information about you to begin with. Now, will you please go in for questioning, or will we need to make this violent?
We won't need to make this violent. Was the man that gave you the information named Lupo by chance?
I cannot share that information, but perhaps you can get that from our guard commander when we get to the jail.
Is he thinking about the person who told them?
No, he's just thinking about the guard commander telling him to get you guys after he was in a meeting with somebody.
Who's the guard commander?
He's not here.
Can Elfie tell who it is, though?
She could see like a large, humongous orc
Okay.
with a mustache.
With a mustache?
Yeah.
I think we at least need to go and clear our names because
Yeah, me too.
yeah, this is not okay.
If you'll be free to try to clear your names and possibly be released after questioning if you are proven to not be an actual suspect.
Not a problem.
All right. Then off to jail. All right. I hope I got the vision correct in this place.
I can't see anything.
Yeah, you
Either.
not able to see anything yet. I'll put you two in the question room.
Oh, there's blood. Oh, is
Yeah,
is that the rack? Oh no.
I totally was like, I feel like this is a torture chamber.
It may be a rack. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh no. I regret all my decisions now.
You're in this room for quite some time without seeing anybody, and that is when the guard commander, or at least who you would presume to be the guard commander, walks in, slams the door behind you, and looks at the two of you without saying a word.
Hello, what is your name?
You have a lot of nerve asking my name. But I am GnomeOfInvention. And you two have a lot of explaining to do before you're thrown into the pit. And I will have you know you will be hung from the pit.
Well, that seems like a little bit of an overkill.
Sorry, what?
That seems like a little bit of an overkill.
Overkill? You are accused of killing the 12 council members of this entire region. We are under a military lockdown now until you two are brought to justice, as you two seem to be our prime suspects.
Interesting.
We are prime suspects.
Yes, you are our prime suspects.
But why?
We have witnesses to put you at the scene of the crime.
Where was the scene of the crime?
It was at the castle. We
have
have reports
not
of you
set-
fleeing the
we have
castle
not-
drenched in blood, and we have several eyewitnesses.
We have not set foot in the castle at all.
Do you have a person here who could tell if we were telling the truth or lying to you, or even see our thoughts?
I will not be bewitched by whatever you're attempting here.
I'm not trying to bewitch you at all. I'm trying to discover who actually killed your council members. Because, forbid that you do, in fact, hang us over the pit. The person that actually murdered your council members might be coming for somebody else next. We wouldn't want that to happen, especially since they did succeed in killing all 12, you said 12? Council members, from whom which we don't even know.
You can play dumb as much as you want, but we do have witness. We have multiple witnesses, and we even had one that was observed by a mage to be sure that their thoughts were true.
Interesting. And which, could I ask, witness was observed by the mage?
Where there were several observed, there was one from the International Adventurers Guild who claims to have seen you that does seem to be truthful, according to our mage, and there are several commoners who were asked as well.
Was one of them named Lupo?
Interesting you'd bring Lupo up. He is charged as one of your co-conspirators. Do you know where he is?
The last I saw him, we were beating him in the daily competition at the bar.
Funny, we sent somebody down to Oops All Cheese. Everybody seems to think that place is a secret from the guard. You'd be surprised how often I need to grab guards from down there. But Lupo is not down there, Lupo is missing.
Lupo is missing. And Lupo is the fellow with the mustache, correct?
What? No, Lupo is a vampire.
Oh, that guy. Interesting.
And we have reports tying him strongly to Elfie here. It seems they have some sort of history in Hughshire. Perhaps that's where they came up with their plan to assassinate the 12 council members.
Sorry, I'm like really pissed off right now. Like not Elfie, like Erica is pissed off.
Ooh.
Not at you, but
Okay.
Just
We also have captured Arvonius. We believe him to be involved in this plot somehow. And we do realize that, and we have discovered that Arvonius is from the United Archon Theocracy. Silly, but not surprising that they would be involved in this.
Who's Arvonius again?
He's the teenager that has been pissing you off.
okay. What would it take for us to prove our innocence?
To be honest, there's nothing you could really do right now.
Could you
We
get
would
that
normally...
mage?
We would normally have a trial in front of the council, but considering they're dead, you have to be able to convince me that you are not guilty of what I have seen from the mage, what the mage has been able to show me going on in the mind of our witnesses.
Who is this mage?
This mage is named... Fuck me. God damn it. Name.
Ah!
The mage's name is Bolog. She's a trusted mage in Bowick.
Really? May I speak to her?
Could have
You may
one
not
question
speak to her at
asked?
this moment.
Well, if she was able to determine that their thoughts were true, why not have her read our thoughts to see if they're true?
Can you not tell thoughts yourself? I've heard reports that you've been able to see into people's minds. One of my guards that picked you up happened to believe that he had had his mind tampered with in some way.
No tampering.
Just trying to understand what's going on. Because you see, we were on some adventures to help other townfolk by finding a pair of keys, by also ridding 200 snakes from a household and moving them to a safe space. And we took a trip down to the cheese bar to retrieve said lost key for the townfolk. But that's the last that we've seen of anybody down there. I know you said you couldn't find Lupo, and we did beat him in the daily competition, but he didn't seem one way which or the other about it, and then we all left. They teleport you out all at the same time after the teleportation charms are back up.
You may roll a persuasion if you wish. Framed for murder, isn't it fun?
I love being framed for murder.
Same.
It's a good time.
It's my favorite thing to do on the weekends.
Is it?
Let's see.
He seems to be kind of set aback by what you say. He seems to... So he notices how it contradicts a lot of the reports he's heard throughout the day.
Well, you are our strongest suspects at the moment.
Which is
I obviously cannot let you go, because I do still believe that you are guilty, but you do bring up some questions.
Is there a group of people that could make themselves look like us, and then therefore complete that crime?
Are you suggesting this is a Doppler?
I'm suggesting that somebody who does not like us apparently very much has decided to try and frame us for a very serious crime of which we actually have no part in. But is it possible for you to ask the people that we helped about our whereabouts during this time? Because we have at least 2 people, not including the people down at the Bar of Cheese, that could correlate with our stories. I know you said we couldn't leave, but I know that you could send others out to do so.
He thinks for a moment.
I suppose that is an option. If you can give me a list of names of people to speak with, it may give your case some credence. But they will be investigated by our mage.
Of course. Okay, so you are going to find the person that we lost their keys. She's an elf, and the last we saw her was at the Wounded Rogue. And
Your memory
then-
skills are impressive.
Oh, I'm looking at the quest log.
Ah, okay.
And then you will find, it doesn't say the actual address in the quest log, but I'm assuming that it does in game.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna say that you can find the young gentleman who the snakes we removed from his household here, as well as a group of people who follow the King of Spiders at an abandoned building near the north gate. You are going to want to be wary. They do have weapons, and that is the place that we moved the snakes because they promised to take care of them. Now, if you go under there and tell them that you're asking to prove my innocence, I am sure that nothing will come of it, and that they will be more than willing to help. I am an ally with them because I had moved the snakes from the young gentleman's house to that place to keep them all safe. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to help. There is a fellow named Michael there. He should give you the information that you are looking for.
Very well. I'll send out some guards to investigate these claims of yours. But for now, I'm going to have to ask you to both stay in the jail for the night.
That's fair.
You, the gnome, what do you have to say for all this? What do you have to say for yourself?
Die.
Excuse me?
What was the cause of death? Like, specifically?
Oh,
I thought you just said die.
No.
Cause of death, several magical injuries, several involving fire. There are some stab wounds. There is a beheading, and there is I suppose you would call it a vivisection.
What's a vivisection?
When somebody is cut in half.
Oh,
It's quite unpleasant.
I would like to speak to your mage, if that's possible.
I can get you. You can speak to the mage in the morning. For now, she's trying to clean up this whole situation, trying to maintain order best she can.
fair.
One more
fair.
question. I have one more question. Who's in charge of Bowick now?
Currently, that rests between me and the mage.
Okay. That's all.
Alright, well, I will escort you down to your cell.
We got framed for murder, and I don't
Yes.
even know who those people are.
I don't either. I'll bet you it was the mage. And you know what? I'll bet you it was that little shit, Koo.
I know, right? That's what I was thinking.
Koo and Lorifer.
Whoever was the one with the mustache?
No,
Okay.
that's Wobblecock.
Yeah, never forget Wobblecock.
Okay.
And as he, I didn't get that kind of vibe from him, but yeah, I am definitely suspicious of Koo and Lorifer.
Need to upload a thing very quickly. just take a moment. Oh, where the fuck is it? That works. Then go. And then there we go. All right. Ah! I have prompts. There we go. All right. So he's going to lead you down into your cell.
Okay.
You want me to place both of your tokens there?
Yeah.
Also, are you sharing a cell? Are you getting separate cells? What do you want? It's a jail. We could be nice. We could be cool here. We're like a cool jail.
Where's Arvonius?
Arvonius is kept in a cell. You will be put into a separate cell next to his.
Okay. I don't care if we share a cell or not.
I want to share a cell.
Okay.
All right. I'll put you two into your cell.
Just typing down my notes.
Arvonius, you see that he is in the cell directly next to you two.
The mage will see you sometime in the morning tomorrow. We'll discuss. We'll try to track down the leads that you have given us. For your sake, I very much hope that you are innocent. And at least I hope you can prove it if you are.
Me too.
All right. Then he leaves. So just you two in this cell. What do you do? You can hear Arvonius on the other side just being pissed off about orcs.
If I talk through the wall, can he hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you. Like, the cells are just bars, like in front.
Okay.
It's just the wall in between you is solid. Is there any reason why I shouldn't make you be able to see this whole scene? No, there isn't. Okay. I'll make it so you're able to see him as well. There you go. You should be able to see everything now.
Okay, cool.
All right, you've been placed in jail. Have fun.
Arvonius, are you okay?
Do the walls talk in this place? Who is that?
Oh, it's Elfie.
Oh, yes, of course. That makes way more sense. Yes, I'm fine. They speak to me as if I'm not from the United Archon Theocracy, but whatever, I suppose it's fine.
Well, I don't know how we got into this mess, but it is not our fault. Unless you somehow are involved in the murder of these 12 elders or whatever.
I didn't do anything. I tried to
certainly-
tell them I was hungover, but they did not believe me.
Did they come get you from the Wounded Rogue?
Yes, they came and got me from the Wounded Rogue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They stormed in there. I was in the bottom section and they just stormed in. I didn't think the guards would dare come down there. I thought this whole place was supposed to be underground.
Wait, how did they know you were there?
I don't know. They came in, they grabbed me, and what's his name? Tragiv tried to stop them from speaking to me, but obviously Tragiv is one person.
Right.
But are you two okay? He asked, kind of confused by himself even asking that question.
I mean, I'm a little mad that I've been framed for regicide, you know.
The worst of crimes.
For lack of a better term.
I can't believe it. How did they get all 12?
maybe they all met in one location?
Just seems stupid. In the United Archon Theocracy, this would never happen. We never have the heirs of the Archon anywhere near each other. Not all at once.
Really?
Not ever.
It's
Could not
even
imagine.
Smart.
Not even for like a birthday party or anything?
We always have at least two in the line of succession, far away from any celebration where there will be many of us all in the same place. But anyhow, this is insane. Elfie, do you have any way out of this?
I mean, Ollie and we're pretty resourceful, so we could probably break out of here if we really wanted to, but that would not reflect well on us to try to break out.
Well, I hope... So, when I got to meet the mage earlier.
Mm-hmm. What can you tell me about her?
Well, she's quite an impressive wizard, but I read... So, I managed to read her thoughts. I'd rather not discuss how, but... And... All I saw her reading another thoughts, and it was you. It was you, Ollie, Lupo, and Uted. It was all of you. It was all of you. They saw all of you fleeing this scene, and there was blood all over. You didn't do it, though. You wouldn't do it.
Oh.
We've never even met these people, so I'm not even sure how we would.
I'm unconvinced they think that the United Archon Theocracy is trying to destroy Bawick right now. And they think you two are involved. Whoever Uted is, he's sure lucky.
You were reading her mind while she was reading someone else's mind.
Well, I detected her thoughts, and I could see when she was discussing, reading the minds of the witnesses, what they saw. It's kind of I guess... Indirectly, I got to see what the witnesses saw.
Okay. Did she happen to think about who the witnesses were, like picture their faces, or say their names, or think their names?
No, but I did see people when they brought me in here, and they left very quickly, like when I got there. Maybe they were witnesses?
If I cast detect thoughts on him, can I see his memory of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, you guys.
Okay. What's up?
Look at these stickers really quick that I have.
Stickers? Yes, I want to see stickers.
Let's see stickers.
That's so cute.
Oh, you're putting them in the camera. Okay. I was like, why can't I see? Those are cool.
What is that? It's a little overexposed. Is that a book?
Yeah, it says beware of the smiling DM.
More
Oh.
like beware of the laughing DM.
Yeah. And you thought we were gonna die today.
You thought we were done?
So, you're gonna detect thoughts?
Arvonius, is it okay if I read your mind to see what you saw?
Yes, I suppose that's fine. God, this is going through so many different heads.
Uh-huh. Okay. This is my last charge on it, though, for the day.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll hope we can get something good.
All right. So he lets you in, and you see somebody that you recognize. But it's no one who you've mentioned. Funny enough. It is, I can't put up his image right now because I don't have his token with me at the moment. But do you remember that gnome that joined the Seekers of Ashen?
Artie?
Yep. You see Artie as one of the witnesses. And then you also see Ku.
Knew it. Oh, shit.
Of course, Ku. Ku's been a bastard. And you see Lorifer. And you can see several other just commoners now. But those are the ones of note.
And we're assuming that they were, or Arvonius assumed that they were witnesses.
Yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you said Lorifer, Ku,
And Artie.
And Artie. He's a gnome that I allowed into the Seekers of Bashan. That little shit, he's working for the International Adventurers Guild. He's double agent. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna rip his hair out.
Arvonius kind of gives out like a kind of pained groan because just it's been filtered through so many people's minds before it got to him, and now you've like grabbed it from his mind. So he's kind of just like, God, that is a bizarre feeling.
Yeah, it certainly is. She's thinking about the conversations that she's had with the entity and how weird it feels in her mind.
It's a very similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
what do you do now? You may try to sleep. You can do whatever. You can try to escape if you want to be fucking risky about it.
I have all my spell slots and all my health, so I don't need to sleep or take a long rest. My magic items, they regain they regain charges at dawn, so I don't need to take a long rest to get the charges back.
I'd like to feed Pebble.
Oh yeah, Pebble has just been sleeping in your backpack, just kind of chilling. He looks a little scared by the situation. Like, he picks up that something's not okay.
I kind of just take him out, tell him it's gonna be okay, and not to worry.
I'll put him out for you. There you go.
Thanks.
I do have a deck of playing cards if you want to play some cards, Ollie.
Oh. Sure.
While we're passing the time.
On the other side of the wall, you can just hear Arvonius just kind of playing with what you think is like prestidigitation, whatever. I can't not ever say that word. But yeah, he's just shooting little fireballs, I guess, just playing, trying to pass the time. Yeah, you two are playing cards. All right. As the night goes on, weirdly enough, it does seem like more and more of the cells get taken up. Weirdly enough, the cell across from you, Lupo is the first one to arrive. And he is put into a cell.
Lupo, what's up?
As the night continues, though, Ku is added to a cell.
Haha!
Quite strange. And then Lorifer is added to the same cell.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah. They've been arrested too.
Is it now? What time of the day?
Now it's like a lot of time has passed at this point. It's now like I would say about 2 in the morning.
Okay.
You can hear like some yelling in the streets from outside, from above ground. It just seems like there's a lot of chaos going on outside.
Mm-hmm. Elfie goes up to the bars and kind of like grabs them and like rests up against them, and she says, "Hey, Koo."
Who looks over through the bars? Yes. Oh, hi, Elfie.
What are you doing here?
They put me in jail. They said
What?
they had a witness that said that I killed. That I was part of it. That I killed the council. But I saw you do it.
How did you see us do it, Koo?
Well, when we left, oops all cheese. Hard to be serious when you have to say oops all cheese. When I left oops all cheese, it was weird there. I thought you guys left like shortly after me, and we saw you running from the castle, and you were both covered in blood and being chased by guards.
You hadn't seen us set up camp and rest outside because Elfie had been unconscious at the time.
Oh, where did you set up camp?
Directly outside of where we got teleported.
Like right by the pit. Like I apparently, I guess. I was.
Yeah, I didn't go
passed
by
out.
that, but we went. How did it take so long for them to find you? I saw you. You were running in by the bridge by the castle, covered in blood.
What?
Hey,
It
Jesse.
It wasn't us.
No, it's what I saw.
Okay, Koo. Okay. Sure.
Ooh, I have a question.
Yes,
Why is Artie here in Bowick?
Artie. Who's Artie?
He's a gnome.
I don't know any Artie gnomes.
Okay, well,
They're
maybe
in
he doesn't
jail.
go by that name. But, so, with Argonius's memory, were Artie and Ku and Lorifer there at the same time?
Yes,
Okay. So,
a
when you and
distance
Lor-
apart though. Like
Wait,
there
what?
were a lot of people there.
Okay. So, when you and Lorifer were giving your witness statements at here or something, I'm guessing, there was another gnome there with like kind of like lighter skin, white hair, I think.
Oh,
Kind of like older, maybe
Yes.
your age.
there was an older gnome, a little bit older than me.
Did you recognize him?
No, I didn't recognize him. He seemed smart. He was nice to talk to.
What did he say?
I was freaking out because I saw that you two running from the scene with Lorifer, the vampire from Hughshire. And he just kind of calmed me down.
Did he now? How did he calm you down?
He just talked to me and told me everything was going to be okay, and I did the right thing by going here as a witness. But now I'm arrested.
Do you know who said that they saw you there?
Well, I said I was there because I was a witness. I don't know who said I did anything else. But I'm guessing if maybe maybe somebody saw me there and then the mage confirmed I was there and they misunderstood? But, I wouldn't kill somebody, Elfie. I'm sorry I threw your friend's key. It was mean.
It was very rude.
Why did you throw the key anyway, Koo?
Because Lorfer told me to. He told me I shouldn't be nice to you and your friend, because we were gonna set up a guild headquarters in Hillshire, and then the Seekers of Ashen, you guys won the contract, and Lorfer told me to get back at you. Don't be nice.
And you just take Lorfer's word for everything?
Lorfer steps up to the to the gate, whatever, cell door. He doesn't do everything I say. Sometimes he just speaks too slowly to get anything done.
You're speaking pretty slowly yourself, so, pot, meet, kettle.
I'm not stuttering over myself, though, like he does.
Who cares if someone has a stutter?
You're just getting brownie points with Koo now.
What about you, Lorifer? Anything stand out to you when you were giving your statement?
Nothing really stood out to me. Just when you deal with gods, they're mostly the same. They all get to the point they want to find somebody to blame. They asked who we saw, we told them, and we left. I don't know how you twisted this around to get us into trouble.
You deal with guards often?
Of course we deal with guards often. We're trying to set up guild headquarters in different places. Not so much here. They have one, but it's just under reconstruction.
Why is it under reconstruction?
Some beginner mage cast a fireball, and it was just scroll a fireball, and I don't want to get into it. Apparently they did it somewhere near alcohol in a wine cellar, and there was a big explosion. It's a lot of nonsense.
Oh, interesting. And who is in charge of the reconstruction?
I suppose it would be Mitch Tortoise, the leader of the International Adventurers Guild here.
You said Mitch Torres?
But anyhow, I don't see how any of that matters. I just want to know how you managed to frame us in this situation.
If we framed you, do you think that we would be in these cells too?
I don't know. Maybe they're about to let you out.
Really, Lorifer? You are so dumb.
As if I'm going to take what a small elf woman says this seriously.
I am a gnome, you asshat.
I am an elf, though. What's it to you?
It doesn't matter. We'll be let out as soon as this misunderstanding is through, and you'll two will be hung by the pits sometime tomorrow.
Oh. Interesting.
Lorfer just kind of goes back and lays on his slab bed. Koo just looks at the both of you, kind of just like sorry about him.
Sits on the bed and she's just so mad. And she's like muttering to herself, like, every time I talk to that guy, it makes me so mad.
Mm-hmm.
And little fire sparks start forming in her hands or whatever, and she's just trying not to burning hands everything.
Yep.
Pretty on down. Did you hydrate, Sebastian?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Arconius, at this point, is now just singing angsty teenager songs. When I was
A young boy, the Archon, took me to see a parade, and we all worshipped him.
It's just United Archon Theocracy propaganda based on the tune of some mysterious band.
Okay, so like Elfie kind of like calms herself down, goes back up to the bars and says, "Lupo, are you okay?"
Yes, I'm fine. I just been accused of murdering 12 people, which... You know, you try to explain to them that vampires aren't usually murdering people. We tend to try to keep them alive for obvious reasons. But, here I am, and apparently you two are mixed up in it too. I'm sorry.
That's alright.
Yep, they think that we killed them as well.
Yes, I've heard. Apparently I'm a co-conspirator of both of you and that boy over there.
I don't even know any of these people.
Me either. I just stuck around Oops All Cheese all day.
Yes, we got stuck down there looking for that damned key.
God, how do you feel like your chances are of us getting out of here?
I'm not entirely sure.
I'm gonna have to reserve that judgment until after I talk to the mage.
Understandable.
If she decides to talk to me. Lupo,
Yes.
can you
What?
read minds?
Yes, I can read minds.
Is it like a limited amount during the day, or like how often can you do that?
I can do it 3 times at night. Once during the day, but there's a chance it doesn't stick.
Okay. So where were you when you got apprehended?
I literally just got out of... See, I had to hide, so whenever it's daytime, I can't be in the daylight. So, unfortunately, I had about 30 minutes that I had to stay just kind of, just attached to the side of the pit, hiding from daylight. And then I kind of ran around looking for roofs I could stay under for any amount of time before night. And then they got me when I was just about to head out of the city. I had enough of Bowick. I have to get back to Hughshire soon. Oh God.
Oh dear. Okay.
We'll get it figured out.
I hope so. Oh God. What stupid name did we give that lady?
I don't remember.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Well,
But-
you weren't there, Ollie.
I know you guys mentioned it earlier. But
Yeah. Basically, if this guy
I mean-
doesn't get back to Hughshire, he's not going to be able to treat his his longtime love interest who's developed dementia.
Oh,
He
she
like
was a
treats
love
it every
interest?
few weeks.
She was a love interest?
Yep.
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, I didn't like feature it too heavily.
Okay. So Elfie's looking at everybody in the cells and starts to realize that all of us were at Oops All Cheese this afternoon. I mean, yeah, that's pretty obvious. But I mean, except for Harmonious.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if there's going to be more cells filling up with patrons from Oops All Cheese.
Alright, so far, isn't it people from Oops All Cheese or people that were a part of the the reconstruction of the other guild or whatever?
Oh yeah,
What I
they
don't-
were also at
what I-
Oops All Cheese.
What I don't understand is how they knew where Arvonius was. Because we did not take him to Oops All Cheese. He's pretty much stayed at the Wounded Rogue the entire time.
Yeah.
So
Trygive has been a good caregiver for a short while.
What'd you say?
Trygive has been a pretty good caregiver of Arvonius for this little bit while you two have been out.
Yeah. So I'm wondering who else knew that he was there. So trying to, because I don't remember telling anybody, like outside of the Wounded Rogue, that we had Arvonius with us.
Mm-hmm.
This is Elfie is like, she's spitballing right now.
Yeah.
So Ollie, if you have anything to interject, Elfie is saying all this out loud. She's like brainstorming and stuff, trying to put the pieces together. So I'm wondering if there was someone at the Wounded Rogue and at Oops All Cheese that may be connected to all of this. As far as I know, Wobblecock was not at the Wounded Rogue.
No. He does go there fairly regularly to post on the guild, on the quest thing. So it's not unusual that he would be there at any point. It's like, is your big antagonist tonight really going to be named Wobblecock?
Honestly, though.
I'm pretty sure he's harmless, but I've been wrong before.
So, what is it? I'm trying to look at the quests that have been in this area. So, there's the one at my aunt's basement. I don't know who that is, but it'd be nice to know who the aunt is.
Oh, you guys haven't accepted that quest?
Yes. Ask, who is Roy Terra?
Roy Terra? Who was that?
He's in the potion accident quest.
We haven't done that one.
That's right.
I'm trying to think of connections between who was at the Wounded Rogue to see who has been in there and who has posted these, even if we haven't done them, so that we can see who's been in there and see if there's any connection to the ones that we have done. Because we're trying to figure out who, because like you said, the one guy, he was at the Wounded Rogue the whole time, so who would have been there to even see him?
Yeah, Roy Terra is actually not there. He was not at the Wounded Rogue when you guys were there.
Okay. I'm trying to think of who was at Oops All Cheese today and who's been at the Wounded Rogue. Who we've actually seen there.
What about the missed connection? Because it says you, a gnome or dwarf wearing something blue, and then a total beefcake gnome, and it said to meet again at Oops All Cheese, but it's still in progression. So
we completed that one, Sebastian.
Okay.
Yes, I just had to get that one done.
So who was that?
That was Wobblecock.
Yeah.
Did you how'd that go?
I did not do anything with him, if that's what you're insinuating.
Okay, but did it end badly?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I found the dwarf that he was looking for.
Okay, I thought it might have been you.
No, it wasn't.
I wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, I thought it might have been you, so then I was like, but if she, that didn't go well. We're already sus of Wobblecock,
No. Who else? Okay. So, the rat in a bathrobe. That was the first time I've ever seen that guy. There was another druid with a not a face token, but a top-down token.
Yeah.
The imposter.
They've been at Oops All Cheese before last time we were there, but I have not seen them at the Wounded Rogue. And then I'm like, there was a gnome wizard on the right side that I've seen before. But like, I don't remember there being any of like the top-down body tokens at the Wounded Rogue.
No.
No.
I
So,
wasn't not here last time, so I'm not sure.
My brain is like, not seeing it.
as the night goes on, it doesn't seem like anyone else is being brought to any cells, but people are falling asleep. Lupo is trying his best to be comfortable on the wooden bed. Ku, after pacing a long time, finally falls asleep, and Arvonius is just kind of trying to sleep best he can.
Mm-hmm.
What are you two doing now? You two just discussing this still, or are you trying to get some sleep? What are you doing?
I'm kind of relaxing and trying to think of any pertinent details that I might have missed in the reaction, or in the, when we were at Oops All Cheese, that might have been important. Can I do a history check?
Sure.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be anyone that really stands out when you were at the Wounded Rogue or Oops All Cheese in particular.
Was there
Everybody
anyone
with...
who was paying,
Oh, sorry, what?
was there anybody who was paying special attention to me or Elfie?
It was really just Ku, I guess, would be the most... Like, he gave you both the most attention out of everybody there, but he left shortly after you guys got there. And now he's here. But I would like you to please run a wisdom saving throw for me, Ash.
I
Perfect.
hate it.
And Elfie, do you accept the entity's incoming voicemail, essentially?
I can feel it like right there.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay, so you let him in. Ash, your character does not have a chance to let him in. He just gets in. It's like an open door, I guess. And immediately, Elfie knows this entity well enough at this point. But this is the first time that Ash actually sees the entity that has been talking to Elfie for so long now. He's talking to both of you. Well, it's not really a he, it's more of an it. Let me send you a picture on the D&D session info so you can both see what it looks like. Upload file. I think I have that saved in pictures. Where is it? Can I make my pictures bigger? Because that'd also be helpful. I didn't save them in NPCs, did I? I saved them in NPCs. Oh, nope, there he is. They. Yeah, you see this entity for the first time, Ollie.
Interesting.
And it begins to speak to both of you.
Another magic user. You really do know how to collect quite a group, don't you, Alfie?
Hello?
Yes, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Are you my conscience?
Um,
I'm just
incredible that you find an entity that travels into your mind and you ask, okay. I like you. You're fun. I knew I would like you. You're a druid.
Thank you. I tried.
Druids and I get along well.
Glad to hear it.
But you both wound up in jail. How did this happen?
we were framed for murder.
Of course.
What do you mean, of
And
course?
You say this
Well-
like you're not surprised.
it just seems like this would be my luck, I suppose. Now, are you likely to get out of this?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, they really think we did it. I think somebody dressed up like us, or used like a transformation spell to make it look like us. It did something. There's magic involved somewhere, because we weren't even around. I don't even think we've ever met any of the 12 council members.
If you would like, because I will admit you being locked in jail is an inconvenience to me. How would you like me to do anything to help you, or answer a question you may have about this situation?
Is there a limit to the questions I can ask?
You can ask questions that I may just know, but if it's something I don't already know, I can find the answer to it quickly, but I can only do it once.
Do you know who framed us?
Who framed you?
Yes.
I do not. I can find out.
I will leave that up to Elfie. I just wanted to know if you knew off of the top of your head.
Do you?
If that's how you wish to use your one question. I'll put him in the room just so that everybody can see what they look like.
Okay. Do you know who actually killed the elders?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not know them directly, at least.
Do you know a way to get us out of the jail cell that does not make us look immensely guilty?
He kind of lets out kind of a weird laugh. Not one that makes you look any better.
Okay.
But I can get you out of here. If that's where you want to, if you would like.
I kind of look to Elfie and say, I'm a little worried about this mage. I do think that she's in on it, and I'm not quite sure what to do about it.
I can guarantee you that the mage is involved.
Oh, yes.
I figured that.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know what she wants? What the mage wants?
She seems to be serving a greater master. I can tell you what the greater master wants, but that would be your question.
I see.
Could you perhaps get a message to someone for me?
Curious. To who? That will take the same amount of effort as my question, but perhaps.
I look to Elfie, and I kind of, mention the Spider King cult, and just say, it's possible they could come to our aid if need be. Or it's possible that they have someone who may be able to discover and show the guardsmen the truth of our innocence in the crime.
If it helps you, I can also answer a question of the future. Just as easily as the others.
Just as easily
it-
as our one question, or just as easily as the other questions?
As easily as your one question. That said, do keep in mind the future is quite fluid.
Yes, well aware.
Is this mage going to find us guilty tomorrow whenever we see her?
Is that the question you'd like answered?
Is there any way to prevent that from happening? Because we already all know that it is going to happen.
That is another question that would have to be your one.
That'll be my one. Unless it's for both of us.
It is for
There's
both of
one.
you.
Never mind then. I will allow Elfie to make that decision.
So you said that you did not directly know who actually killed the elders.
I do not.
Right? Do you know an intermediary person?
As in who sent the order?
Or just someone that they know?
Yes. I can tell you who sent the order, actually. Because that is the mage. Good luck proving that to anybody, though.
The mage sent the order to arrest us?
No. The mage sent the order to kill the council. Is that not what you
That's
asked?
Well, I wasn't sure what order you were talking about. But yeah, that's what I thought. I think I would like to know who her master is.
Who the mage's master is.
Yes.
Is that the one question that you both wish to have?
Yes.
Yes.
Her master does not seem to have one true identity, but many.
Of course.
I can give you one, but I cannot give you all of them.
What is the name that the people here would know?
The people here would... I feel only Elfie would know.
If I know it, then I want to know it.
Ah, yes. Well, do you remember that elf that you also let into the Seekers of Shen?
Selly and Talia?
Sully and Talia, yes.
Yeah.
That is the form that the mage's master took to give the command.
Oh. I see.
So are you saying that it is possible that that is just a form? Or is Selly and Talia actually the mage's master and there is no other Selly and Talia?
This is the one Sully and Talia.
Aha.
However, this is one of many forms. But I will say, I don't like your odds of getting out of here.
Could you deliver a message for me, Stone?
Possibly if they're near.
They are near. They're within the city by the northern gates.
Ah, yes, the cultists.
Yes, would you please let them know that Elfie and I and Pebble are in danger, and that we are being set up for a crime that we will unfairly be found guilty of, and that we need the Spider King's assistance.
I will have you know that they will not be the required power that you need to get out of here. But I can still let them know. I can pass a message to them through what they will believe is their king spider, if that helps.
Ask them to find a mage.
Ask them
That
to
is
find the
not-
mage?
Ask them to find a mage that is not the mage that is in on the crime.
Ask them to find Trigiv
Aha!
at the Wounded Rogue.
Hey, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Oh,
Alright, the entity kind of nods, and you see them kind of like focus for a moment before what you believe is the message being sent. They're still there in front of you. What's up, Jesse? Okay. Thank you. I'm not super hungry right now. Sure, I want food, Jesse.
I was ordering food.
Sure, if you order food, I will eat food.
hi, Jesse. Hello.
Alright. So, the entity looks at both of you.
Well, the message is sent.
Thank you.
That does... My offer still remains if you wish for me to get you out of here.
I
Tail.
kind of looked at Elfie and say, would it be possible to get out of here and then bring the mage to prove our innocence? Instead of then waiting for the other mage that will find us surely guilty?
What I offer will certainly not make you any friends in the city. It is best to use what I give you as a way out of the city.
It's your way out.
I can imbue on both of you some portion of my power for a limited amount of time. You can use it to escape.
What do you want in return?
Nothing. I simply wish for you to continue your journey.
Why?
Because I have interests in seeing you complete your journey.
I will leave the decision with Elfie.
No pressure.
Very well. Mind you, I will only be able to lend you it for only an hour. And after that, I will not be able to see either of you for some time.
Mm-hmm. What kind of power is this?
I can advance your skill drastically.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to somehow either put into the guardsman's mind or show him the truth? Because there are innocent people in this jail, at least what I do believe to be innocent, and I feel like they should not be punished because of the crimes of another.
My mental capacity to go to other people's minds is wearing thin. You may, if you choose to accept the power I offer you, you can of course release everybody that you wish. You can do whatever you wish with it for an hour. Just be sure to be out of the city by then.
Do we have anybody in the city that we wish to, is there any reason we shouldn't leave the city immediately?
I mean, we need our horse.
I will say
But-
your horse will find you.
Okay.
Okay.
Along with
Um,
Uted. I'm not going to make you lose items.
Okay.
Okay. Then sure. I'm down.
I mean,
And you, Alfie. I feel... I need your permission specifically.
I'm not terribly hopeful that the justice system, quote unquote, of this town will actually serve us in this regard. So I will accept your help.
Perfect. Then I suppose this is goodbye for now, and I will see you all eventually.
Be safe.
Thank you.
With that, he disappears. Oh, I've been looking forward to this part so much.
Oh boy.
All right. So you two accepted. Just gonna throw that out there.
Mhm.
Say that's what happened.
I'm a warlock now. Bye.
Could always go that route. All right, now I just need to get Ash permission on this token. And congratulations, you now have different tokens that you'll be using for the next hour in game. In game hour.
Oh, why is mine so weird?
Because you're technically sort of the tether.
Okay.
So you two feel a drastic swell of power. And if you look at your character sheets, it will reflect that.
I can't
Especially-
control I can't move the token and
Oh, it got screwy with yours. I'll fix it. Should be good now.
yeah, there we go.
And Ash, are you able to control yours?
No. Oh wait, hold on. Yes.
Okay. Well, if you look at your character sheets, you'll see that you have been powered up pretty drastically.
Where?
On your character sheets, just double click on
Like,
them and you should be able to see.
No, I know, but like where on my character sheet?
Spellbook probably specifically, considering you're both magic users.
Yes.
Because I don't see anything different.
When you double click on Elfie, the new token.
There we go.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yep.
Jesus.
Ollie, you're
Okay.
quite
Wow.
drastically empowered too if you double click on your token and look at your things.
Yes. I'm currently looking. Are we allowed to change the spells or no?
I'm gonna say no, just because these are the ones I have definitely in the spell book and it'll take a long time.
That's fair.
And it's temporary. When you level up, you'll be able to pick your own stuff, of course.
Okay.
All right, so what do? You guys are empowered. Clock is ticking. You guys have a hour in game. I feel everybody's just scoring over their sheets.
Yes.
Yes. Because there's a lot.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Temporary.
Oh yes.
Cannot stress that enough.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of put Pebble into my bag.
Okay.
And looked at and asked, "Are we sure of anybody here that is in fact not guilty?"
It's up to you to
No.
decide who you'd want to free if you free anybody. If you want to be
Is there
dicks,
a
you
way
can
to-
just leave Arvonius here.
Is there a way to check? Well, of course we're gonna take Arvonius, but what about Ku and the others?
You would have to do, that would be on you, what you guys have learned. Up to you, that's just a moral decision you guys have to make. That's just a call.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel that if we don't release them, the mage will kill them.
So we're breaking out of here and taking people and leaving town.
Yep.
I hate this a lot, but I guess that's what we're gonna do.
I also don't like it.
Well, you guys can always just sit in your cell for an hour while you guys are powered up and just go to sleep.
Oh boy.
Might be a little bit disappointing to that entity, but who the hell cares? He's an entity.
Okay. Do you have anything, or Ollie, do you have anything that can unlock the door? Or, like, jimmy it open or something? Because I do not
Can't just open that
have-
door, get back in there.
I do not have thieves' tools. I'm not very strong.
Aha! I do, in fact. It's not put into my current inventory, but I have my robe from the dudes.
Yes.
And there is one thing on there that I can make a door.
You can make a door?
Make a door?
Yep. Either a window or
Oh!
iron door up to 10 feet wide and 10 feet high, barred on one side of your choice, which you can place in an opening you can reach, and it conforms to fit the opening, attaching and hinging itself.
Do you want to do that?
I don't know if that would apply here.
It
Because
seems
that
to be.
it just goes in an opening. It doesn't. Well,
I know the window says vertical surface that you can reach.
whatever. You guys can decide.
I'm not sure.
Either that, or I can try shooting the locking mechanism with magic missile.
This is
You could always do that. It is a lock.
So technically, I could also shoot it, right?
Yeah, you guys do whatever you want with this lock. You could kick it real hard if you want. You guys could have done that before you're powered up.
You know what?
Okay.
Elfie's feeling a bit juiced. She's just gonna do magic missile on the lock.
She's got all the power in the world. Why not? Go ahead and roll for damage. See, that's times 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I would say that's enough to wear out this lock enough. Guys have opened it.
Cool. So we
Okay.
should get out. Okay.
Yes.
Arvonius wakes up, stirs, sees both of you. He's like, "Where are you going?" Okay.
We are getting out of here, apparently.
Oh, well. All right. I guess that's what we're doing.
I don't have my good sickle, but I'd like my good sickle and try to break the lock on Arvonius' door.
Yes, I have to throw that in. I made these character sheets in case you took this. So let me throw that in your inventory.
Thank you.
And I will get rid of the old one. I'll just unequip it for now. There you go.
Okay, so I'd like to strike the lock on Arvonius' door.
Go ahead. You can roll an attack with it and then roll for damage. Unless you roll a 0, you're going to hit it. So go ahead and roll attack. Perfect. Go ahead and roll for damage. Five damage? I would say it's most of the way broken up. If you'd like to hit it again, you can.
Okay. Woo!
How did you do that?
No idea.
Yeah, well, it's a natural one. You hit it kind of you hit the bar, you try to cut into the bar, and it makes a spark that kind of makes Arvonius jump back a little bit, and it's quite loud. It's loud enough to be heard
Oh.
from far.
This is natural rock, correct?
Yes. Well, yeah, this is like cobblestone. It is rocks.
Great. I would like to cast hallucinatory terrain around us to make it seem empty. That we are not outside of our cell.
Okay. Go ahead and cast it. It's like I gave you these spells and did not read that one thoroughly. Let's see. You make an etch drain. Sound, smell, some. Okay. I will say I will allow it. Yeah, I'll allow it to say that you make an optical illusion to make it look like you're not where you are.
Great. Ta-da.
Gosh.
Oh yeah, you get
That's
to
huge.
affect that big of a space. Yeah, you're essentially invisible right now to some degree.
Very nice.
Well,
Oh,
at least
word.
I'm just gonna get rid of that for a second because that is huge.
Oh yeah, you're fine. You can just say that it's there.
Okay.
And I kind of look at Elfie and I'm like, okay, you try to get them all now. Because, oof.
Okay. I'll cast Magic Missile again. At level 2. Well, no.
I would say
actually, no, just level
Lupo
1.
Lupo is awake, and I am just gonna have him try to break the lock.
Well, I'm gonna send one missile to each lock.
Oh, perfect. Ooh, nice. That's enough to open Arvonius' cell and weaken the other two drastically.
Mhm.
Which I will have Lupo try to get out of this.
Then, while Lupo's working on that, I'll take my dagger and try to force the rest of this lock open.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna use my +1 dagger.
Sounds like a good idea. That +1 is helpful. You absolutely hit it. So go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay. Seriously? Oh my god.
Wow. That -1 is
Still bad.
never great for you.
That's so bad.
Ku wakes up to it. He's like, what are you doing? We're gonna be are we gonna be let out tomorrow? We're innocent.
Cool. Shh. No, they weren't gonna let us out. We're going
Orpher runs forward. He's like, yeah, break it open. I want to get out of here.
Yeah,
Well-
we're leaving.
We're all
Yep.
gonna have to leave and then immediately leave the city.
But I do. The Adventurers Guild. They have to know where I'm going. What will happen? Where do I go?
You'll have to go somewhere else because that mage will in fact find us all guilty of crimes that we did not commit.
No. You can open that door, but I'm staying. I'm not breaking the law.
I'm gonna try to force the lock open again.
Go ahead. You hit. Alright, and that is just barely enough to open this door. And Lorfer steps outside immediately and just kind of runs out. Like,
Mhm.
Q, I don't care if you're coming or not. I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. Q just kind of stubbornly sits in his bed like he's not getting up.
Go into the cell. Ku, I don't like you, but you need to come with us because I don't want you to die.
Elfie, I looks at you kind of scared of your empowered appearance.
I can't go.
Why?
Because they're not gonna fail me. I didn't do anything.
Do you really trust them to have your best interests at heart?
They're
Of
going to
course.
try to find anyone to blame this crime on because it makes them look weak. This
Yeah.
mage was given the order to get rid of the council. What do you think is going to happen when the people that they tried to frame are gone?
Oh,
What do you think that she's going to do, and who do you think she's going to move to next? It won't matter that you didn't break the law and that you were completely following it, and it doesn't matter that all of us are innocent. They will hang you for this crime, and you will die. What about your adventurers guild? What about all the adventures that you are yet to go on? They're not going to happen if you're framed and then tried for a crime you didn't commit, Koo.
Well, I didn't do anything. I can't break out of prison. I'm not going to do that.
Elfie, like, kind of, she's feeling like all this like power running through her veins, and she like pulls herself up to her full height, you know, and like tries to look really intimidating, and she's like, "You come with us. I can make you if you don't."
Go ahead and do an intimidation roll.
Rip.
Is there a reason how that's possible?
No idea. Can I cast
Koo-
polymorph on Koo?
Polymorph would just transform what he is. Like, it won't like give you control over him, I think, will it?
No, but if I turn him into something small,
That's true. You could turn him into a toad and just take him.
Yep.
But he looks at Elf. He's like, I'm not leaving. I have to stay here. It's the law.
okay, I'm gonna cast polymorph on to Koo.
All right.
Turn him into a toad.
Into a what?
A toad.
All right, why not? Natural one. Holy shit. Well, I guess we're getting all those out of the way now. Koo transforms into a toad. What do you do with Koo the toad?
Kind of just pick him up and say, sorry about this, but I'm not gonna let you die.
He's all squirming in his little toad body. But, is he in your pocket now or something?
Sure.
Sure, why not? Alright, you guys got Koo.
I kind of look at the others and I say, let's get out of here. We don't have this power for long.
Alright. So they're all gonna follow you, like, kind of at a distance for the most part. Because I'm not gonna just move them around every single step you guys take, because, ugh. Too many peoples. But, go ahead. You guys can start your way out.
Okay. Lupo, do you need to breathe?
No, I don't need to breathe. Well, I can hold my breath up to 2 hours. If that's helpful or relevant.
Just wondering if anyone wanted to take a ride in a bag of holding.
Quite unnecessary for myself, to be honest. I probably myself could... Oh, gosh. I could probably... Actually, I guess he can't. He can't do shit.
Let's put Koo in the bag of holding, just to be safe.
He's small. There's enough air.
Okay, I think he'll be okay in there for like 10 minutes before he starts to suffocate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Plus, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to risk it rupturing because like, don't you die inside of a bag of holding if it ruptures?
I think so.
Cool.
So never mind. Forget I said anything.
Okay, he's still in my pocket then.
Okay. All right. I cast mage armor on myself just in anticipation of combat.
Okay.
gonna boost you up pretty good.
I hope.
Just need to toggle it on. Oh.
What? Oh.
Why is it lowering it?
Does... Oh, it's actually Mage Armor doesn't help me.
Oh, because empowered you have a higher rating?
Yeah. Can
Oof.
I take it back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Because that was kind of dumb.
That'd be such a jerk thing if I was like, no,
No.
waste that spell slot.
No.
I'm a jerk.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right. As you're moving, you can see a guard right in the hallway. He turns around when you approach, and he absolutely sees you.
Yes.
Even though my thing is up?
Like, you guys are right in front of him. You're more aiming that towards the, like, an illusion towards the cells.
Okay.
Gonna let you know, you got jack shit to be afraid of right now.
Wait, the guard says that?
No, that's what I'm saying to you.
Oh.
Elfie says, move aside.
No, you two have to get back in your cells now.
Why?
Because you two are under arrest.
For a crime we didn't commit for a corrupt mage?
That's not for me to decide.
You really want to try to make us go back in the cells?
I would love to see you try to get out of this place with... It's packed full of guards, there's no way.
Really?
Yes, and there's no way you're getting past the Knight Commander. Well, Guard Commander.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
Do you want to say congratulations? You've engaged in combat, Erica. Do you want to say a thing?
You want me to say it, or you want to say it?
Do you want to say it? Like, I'm gonna say it. You kind of you got this. You're the big deal right now.
I'm the big deal. Well, you know what? My cat just came in here. Sorry. You know what? We're just gonna go, and you can't stop us.
Ah. Well, congratulations. You have engaged in combat.
Yeah.
So go ahead and get ready for combat. You're fighting your way out of a jail.
Bum, bum, bum.
Unless you scare the fuck out of a lot of people that all see what you're doing.
How many people is it?
What?
How many people is it right now?
Several.
Okay.
Like, you're gonna have to kind of defeat pretty much everybody in the building.
I did not roll very well on initiative.
That was not a great initiative. You were correct.
Woohoo!
All right. I'm gonna begin combat, and of course the first guy is super far away. Of course. Where even is he? Where's this guard? Which freaking guard is this? Oh, it's that guard. It's the guard right in front of you. Oh, look at that. Isn't that nice? Weird that he doesn't have the spinny thing around him. But he's gonna move towards Elfie, and he's gonna try to stab her.
Like, you're gonna get back in your cell, or I'm gonna have to kill you.
Rolls a 19, he does hit.
Nope. Shield.
No? Shield? Fuck. I guess it doesn't happen. Plus 5?
Yep. Bumps my AC up to 19.
He did roll a 22.
What?
Yeah.
Shit.
He kind of had the highest guard roll ever.
Well, fine. Just waste it.
You'll take 7 damage. You've seen your new health. This isn't that big a deal. Alright, then it is... Please don't be far away, guard. Please don't be a faraway guard. Please don't be far. Why am I not getting my spinny thing? That's annoying. But they're just gonna try to approach you. They don't have enough in them to get to you. What guard is this? Really? This guard? Huh.
Okay, well, shield was fucking useless because it's not doing anything now.
You're supposed to get a +5.
Yeah, but it's not like being a sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Like I'm toggling it on and it's not doing anything to my AC.
I guess I'll just keep track of it. If you turn it on, I'll know it just equals 19.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Might have been a module mix-up going on.
Okay.
But I got a drink because there's a hydrant. Even though that might have been a while ago. Anyhow. Stupid faraway guard.
Okay, so he hits me, whatever
Mhm.
damage.
Yeah, 7. Not bad. And then that can't
Wait,
be this
where is
guard.
the- Oh, okay. I see it.
It is this guard. Oh, okay. Well, this guard's gonna try to get to you. He just can't get to you though, because it's like stairs. And this guy's turn. Let's move over here for now. And Ollie,
Yeah, see?
it's your first turn with some godlike powers. Go ahead. Do your thing.
I would like to cast Conjure Animals.
Yeah.
I
All right.
don't know what the challenge rating means.
Yeah, I can find that for you. If you cast it, I'll be able to see what gotta be.
Oh, okay.
It depends on which level, I think, that you cast
Third
it. Well,
level.
hold on. You're casting it at, oh yeah, 3rd level. You can cast, 1 beast of challenge rating, 2 or lower, so that would be like the, you remember that really, really big snake?
Yes.
It'd be like something kind of like that. That's an example.
Okay.
I'm gonna open up the CR 5e chart just to see, give you some other options. Because we just need a 2, would be, you can summon a black dragon wormling?
Mhm.
Or wormling? Wormling, yeah.
So I can only summon one animal, correct?
You could summon 1 of a CR2 rating, or 2 of a 1 rating, 4 of a half, etc.
Okay. What is the 2 of a 1 rating?
Let's see. 1s are like a brown bear. You could summon 2 brown bears, 2 dire wolves. The most dry of wolves.
And then what is the half rating?
The half would be like a swarm of insects. A giant goat.
Okay. So I would like to do the 2, and I would like a bear. Can I pick what type of bear?
It's got to be a brown bear.
Okay, a brown bear and a dire wolf.
So a brown bear and a dire wolf.
Yes.
All right. Where do you want to put them?
I want to put them. I want the dire wolf close to me and Elfie, and then I want the brown bear in between behind this first guard.
The brown bear takes up 2 spaces. He's gonna be too big. He's got to go somewhere with 2 blocks.
Okay. Then I want him to be right where my marker is.
Okay. The brown bears are big. Quite big. Right, and you want a dire wolf?
Yes, to be as as close to Elfie and I as possible.
All right. Direwolves are pretty big.
Hell yeah.
You got the big wolfers.
Fuck yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
Let
And
me
then
just-
since they obey any verbal commands that I issue
Mhm.
to them, which I don't require an action to do, I want them to intimidate the guards.
1 moment. Let me just get these permissions corrected real quick.
Okay. And they all
I'm
have
just gonna-
their own turns, which means I have to roll
Yes.
initiative for them.
Yeah, it should be fine. Brown bear, configure permissions. I'm just gonna give everybody ownership of the brown bears, the direwolves.
That's fine.
Okay. Now I have to put them in combat, and they have to roll up their own initiatives. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm. Wait, how do I roll initiative for...
I got them.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. You guys are gonna be terrifying when you're actually at this level. The nat 20. The direwolf rolled the nat 20. Alright, Ollie, I guess that is... I think that is your turn.
Yes, but they
But
need
you're gonna
to intimidate
have them what?
the guards.
Intimidate.
The guards.
Okay. The brown bear doing that, I'm guessing?
Yeah, they both are.
Oh, they
I
both
kinda
can do
want
that.
I want the... Oh, they both can't?
I can let you, make one of them do it with advantage.
Aha, okay. So I want the direwolf to kind of growl so he doesn't need intimidation anyways.
Okay.
And then I want the brown bear to, try to scare the bejesus out of the guards.
Okay. It's a brown bear, so it rolls 15. It is enough to scare, the guards in being flanked right now. They're terrified. They're like, how the hell are there bears here? We didn't arrest a bear for this, did we? No, we definitely didn't.
And I kind of just say to the guards, you're going to let us leave.
If you don't kill us, we're not going to freaking stop you. Can we leave?
If you show us the way out and ensure that we all get there safely, then we have no issues.
No, I think we can. We're not going to show you the way out. That is definitely going to get us fired. We can just lay down and pretend to be dead.
Oh, interesting. Could you, in fact, possibly get into our cells?
Yes, as long as the wolf or the bear doesn't eat us.
Oh, they will not. Unless I tell them to do so.
I'll move them into the cell. You successfully do that. They're out of your way.
Cool. And then they can look like us while we're in there.
Yeah, the illusion will confuse the fuck out of anybody coming look.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm up. Let's see.
Yes, I believe you are.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5. That is, that's as far as I can go.
Okay.
Um,
You can see that guard if you're wondering.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Quick measure here.
Okay. Make a measure?
I'm too far away.
Oof.
Yeah. Oof.
Well, I'll tell you what. I just put them randomly. I'll put them here for you.
You don't have to do that.
No?
No, you can just put him back where he was.
All right.
So
What?
if the bear's movement is 40, how many blocks is that?
8.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to cast Hypnotic Pattern.
Oh, so he's just gonna be completely
Yeah, he needs
lost
he needs
in
to
this.
he needs to make a wisdom save.
Let's see. Bastard.
God damn it.
God damn it.
Well, that's all I can do.
You tried.
Okay.
I try so hard to make Elfie a god.
So, I moved them as far as they could go.
Yes. Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem. And then, I want to do the same thing. I want the bear to get up on his 2 back paws and give the guard a menacing growl.
Alright, I'll roll that again. Let's roll intimidation. You're really trying to find, like, the least evil way out of this. He's not intimidated.
Darn it. I didn't know you could turn him. Nifty.
Yep. Just shift and scroll.
Oh.
Oh, that hypnotic pattern lasts for 10 rounds.
Oh,
So-
well, you have to make it each round?
If he's still in the area, he has to make the save.
Hmm.
I mean, if he leaves
Okay.
the area, he doesn't have to do, but anyone in the area on their turn needs to make a save.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, your buddy, the guard commander, is coming in here, seeing some weird shit going on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ollie.
So the guard commander, is he like the boss of this, or like is he like the big guy that we need to be worried about?
Well, he's kind of like he's the guy who's second in command of the city and commands the guard, so do with that
Well, like,
information what
he's,
you will.
He's gonna be the hardest person to beat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I want to cast Polymorph on him.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Alright. Fucking druids.
And he has to do a wisdom saving throw.
He does not pass it.
Okay. Elfie, what should I turn him into?
Technically, it's outside of your range, but I'll say you're empowered. Who cares?
Okay.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Whatever you think is cute.
We will turn him into... a snail.
Oh, what?
A garden snail.
Let me see if I got that token. I don't have that token, but I'll just say you snailified him.
Very nice.
Yes.
Dude, can I? Do
Yes.
I have a toggle that shows that he's been snailed? No, I don't. I'll put it as this one.
Okay.
Alright, so you have the big enemy in this section. It's a fucking snail. I will say a snail with a mustache.
A snail with a mustache. I can respect that.
Christ.
Probably a glorious mustache.
Right?
He has the
Probably
most
looks great.
glorious mustache a snail has ever had. The guard has to do that wisdom saving throw, doesn't he?
He can probably move out.
Oh, it doesn't, not at the beginning of the turn?
Whatever you want to do.
Then I'm gonna have him try to get rid of this frickin' bear. It's like, this is ridiculous! We arrested like 6 people, now we have bears! And a direwolf?
He's a good boy.
Wow, he does 2 damage to the large brown bear. How nice.
Wow.
God, this... Alright, Elfie, go ahead. Do your thing.
You know what? I have no bonus actions.
No?
After in all of this, I have no bonus actions.
Should I move the 3 dudes in the back or no?
What's that?
Should I move the 3 dudes in the back or no? Oh, I can't. Never mind.
Yeah, we just ignore them.
Okay.
What are you trying to do, Elfie?
I'm gonna dash.
Yeah?
Yep. 1. Let's see. I get to move 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's my action. And I have no bonus actions.
No bonus action.
Nope. So I'm done.
It's not even like a feature?
No.
Alright, well, that is...
I have no bonus actions.
I am sorry, that is annoying. I guess direwolf, do your thing. Move your direwolves and your brown bears.
Okay, so I'm gonna move the wolf. Right there?
Alright.
Look
No,
at
they
this
look like
lady.
they're nuzzling.
Yeah, they're snuggling. And I want the dire wolf to knock the guard down.
Just to knock them down?
Can you have him knock him into the hypnotic field?
Oh yeah, I want him to
Yeah.
like push him that way by using hold on.
Let's see. It'd be like a shove action.
Yeah, shove.
Yes.
Just put that up there so I can remember how those work. Let's see. Shoving a creature. Attack action. You make special melee attack to shove creature. Knock it prone. Able to make multiple attacks. Doesn't matter. Target must be one size larger than you and must be within your reach. So, oh, no more than one size larger. Okay. You make a strength check. Sorry, an athletics check contested by their athletics or acrobatics. So for your direwolf, go ahead and roll a acrobatics. Thank you for food, Jesse. Can you give me some lemon juice? Oh, thank you.
Darn.
Thank you, Jesse. All right, so that was a shockingly low roll.
I know.
All right, acrobatics. Let's see. That was a shockingly lower roll. So the guard is knocked into the thing.
Nice.
Okay, now he needs to make a wisdom save.
Yes. God, I swear to God, if he rolls high on this. Nope. And what does that make him?
Hold on, I'm checking to see if he actually passed that. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, he failed. He
Okay.
failed. It was the DC was 16. Okay.
Oof.
He is incapacitated and has a speed of 0 until the end of the duration, or if someone comes over and like knocks him out of the stupor, or if he takes any damage.
Oh.
So Elfie shouts to Ollie, as long as we leave him alone, he'll be stuck there.
Okay.
Well, nice. Does Brown Bear do anything?
Brown bear. So he is going to move. He's gonna be right here by the door.
He's gonna eat the snail.
No, he's not gonna eat the snail.
Ah.
He is going to intimidate the last guard.
Yeah, go for it. Why not?
So what do I do now?
Have the bear roll. Like already.
Very nice.
His hands are just up. He's like, oh shit, what do I do in a bed? Do I put my hands up? Do I put them down? What do I do?
Maybe you should run away?
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. I'm getting it. Fuck out of here.
We sh-
I will say, like, he just runs away.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys did this, but you managed to avoid hurting anybody.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I don't know how you did it. I thought I was going to put you in a moral conundrum. But you broke out of the jail. Fine.
Yeah. Are we not in combat anymore?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna tie up this guard with my rope.
Yeah, one second, just let me pass.
Yeah, because the hypnotic.
Yeah, it will wear
I'm
off.
gonna tie him up before the hypnotic thing wears off.
Okay, can I go up to the guard that is a snail?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Ashton,
Okay.
can you put the restrained condition on him?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
There you go.
So I'd like to go up to the head guard that is a snail and pick him up gently. And
The
then
snail
put
is
him on
hitting
the
you with
table.
its eye sock, with its little eye stalks.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna put him down on the table right here.
He immediately tries to chase after you. As quickly as possible, the snail can go.
And then I go and I look down to his eye level and I kind of squat and I say, we're given every reason to believe that the mage that found all of us guilty or saw us all do these crimes is the one that was in fact contracted to kill the 12 council members. Come time that she was supposed to come and prove our innocence or guilt, she was going to find us all guilty regardless of whether the fact any of us did this crime. We know the name of the person that told her to do this. We did not want to cause you any harm that was unnecessary. You guys are not in the wrong. You're just doing what you think is best. The spell should wear off in a little while. By the time that it does, we'll be long gone.
His little eye stalk just kind of shakes at you like, ah!
You make cute snails, dude. You even kept your mustache.
So, I imagine you guys, like, what do you do? Do you try to steal anything from the jail? What do you do?
We need to get the heck out of here.
Yep.
We don't have time to loot.
Oh, wait. How much time do we have longer?
You guys got about 50 minutes. 50.
50? Is this room right here with the rug? Whose room is this?
That is one of the offices of the, well, it's actually like the office of the guard commander.
Okay, whose room is over?
Oh, that's just like a evidence room.
Okay, I'd like to search both rooms and see if there's anything about this mage there that we can read about.
Sure. Because you are looking for something so specific, you may roll. I guess because it's something specific, it could be investigation, couldn't it? Because you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation. Yeah, just an investigation. 'Cause I imagine you guys are still trying to hurry, like, quick as you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll check this room up here.
Sounds good.
It'll let me move.
On.
Let me move. God damn it. You know what, game?
It's being a bastard, isn't it?
Yes.
But, Ollie, you happen to find just like a quick rap sheet of the mage. You can see that she's been in Bawick for a long time. You can see that she is apparently a very, very, very powerful mage. Just according to the, like, what you've read about what she can do, the different things that she's been used for. Like, she's been used for torturing and just trying to get information out quite often.
Okay, can I take that paper with me?
You can.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Elfie, 25? Alright. Were you looking for anything specific?
Just any information, or any... This is the evidence room, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any evidence pertaining to our case?
You find several folders worth of written down testimony from, like, just basically a recording of events and what happened and what witnesses say happened. And there's descriptions of you. There's all the evidence against you, which, when you go through it, there are footprints that they say match your footprints. They mention details of what you look like, who you've been around. They specifically mention your connection to the vampire Lupo and Arvonius as evidence for your crime. Like, just who you associate with. There's a lot of damning stuff in there. Like, somebody looking from the outside.
Okay. As I'm looking through the stuff, I mean, I know we're kind of rushing a little bit, but do I see anything like inconsistent with, like, either between the witness statements or between, like, their descriptions of us and the reality?
Everything is shockingly consistent. Everything, if you didn't know your own innocence, everything there is consistent enough that someone would believe that you were really where people say that they saw you.
Are they identical? Are the witness statements identical?
No, there's like slight variations just being people.
So kind of like, hey, you can copy my homework, but don't do it answer for answer.
Yeah, I was
exactly.
Thinking, like, if the witness statements are too consistent, then that sounds like they may have been coached or rehearsed. But yeah,
there's like some minor details that are different where they're like, yeah, she wears a ponytail. No, her hair's down. She's got a shaved head. There's a lot of weird stuff like that. I will say, notably, in one of the papers, because you did roll well enough, one of the papers does mention seeing one of the witnesses mentions a red, strange, what they believe to be magical aura was briefly visible when they claim you fled.
Okay. Does that sound familiar to me at all?
Not at this point.
Okay, not enough information.
No.
Does the rap sheet about this mage say anything about her magical aura?
It does not. It just describes her as a powerful wizard. Yeah, she seems to have a weird talent for any magic involving the mind. And anything that just causes discomfort, really. Weirdly enough, you do find a report card of hers, which shows that she went to a weird magic school and that she got an F in necromancy. How relevant that is up to you, I guess.
Okay. Are there any secret doors in this room?
There are not.
Okay.
Well, actually, yes. Well,
Interesting.
you can find one. You both rolled really well, so it's like Elfie is able to sense that there is a hollowness behind this wall.
Mhm.
And Ollie just plain knows that something is back here. If you wanted to pursue it, you could.
How much time do we have in game?
I'd say you guys probably spent 10 minutes on this?
Sure.
So you have 40 minutes.
Hi, kind.
I want to see if I can figure out how to open the door.
Go ahead and do investigation. Either one of you that wants to try to open that. All right. All right. You both seem to find it pretty quickly that there is a way in, and you just find that you need to move a certain book, and you can get in. But, yeah, you get to this chest, and you find what you believe to be a massive portion of the city gold that's required, that's budgeted off for the guards in the city. There is a lot of gold here. There's about, just in this chest, there's probably about 8,000 gold coins.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Interesting.
I think this is just information to file for later. We don't need to take the gold.
Unless you want to.
I don't know. I don't want to add stealing to my rap sheet here in Bowick.
Fair.
But, I could totally use the gold.
I think we should just keep trying to get out.
All right. So, I don't know if you guys remember the map for Bowick, but where the jail leads directly to the bridge that's heading north.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd basically be running over the bridge and out to the city, basically. The gate is not super far from there. But you guys got to get through this bridge, so this will be your last obstacle before you escape.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I think the bridge map is cute. I have not done a kind of
Me
map
too.
like this in a while. Yeah, and you guys can see it already. Perfect. Just need to place down your new creepy tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah, the freaks.
Super freak.
Super freaky.
All right. God damn it.
And
All
then I'm
right.
assuming we've got Ku and Lorifer and Arvonius tagging along.
Yeah, they're not very far. Not very far behind.
Okay.
How fun will you be to throw against them? Are you gonna be too much? I don't know if you're too much. Fuck it. Here you go. Oh, wait. I don't have a token for you. Never mind. Lucky. That is lucky, is what that is. Oh, what do I send you guys? I don't want to give you a bunch of guards. That's boring. Maybe I'll give you... Actually, I know what. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Fuck. I just don't want to give you a billion guards, because that's boring. Where would you be? Ooh, that could be creepy. I don't know if I want to be that creepy.
Do I have time to go pee?
Yes. Yeah, while I'm looking for this, go ahead. Feel free.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too.
Yes. I'm going to find the right thing. Ooh, would you be right? No, you're too low of a risk to them. Too low of a risk. Ooh, that could work. Perfect. There we go. That's actually an effort. How's everybody in the chat doing, by the way? Thank you for sticking around so long. I really do appreciate it. This is going to be the last encounter for the night. Felt like taking it in a weird direction, you know? Oh yeah, that is an insane challenge rating. That is not happening. I literally have that token. I did not know I had that token. That bothers me. Yeah, that should be good. Actually, I'll put them farther back too. Not that far back. There we go. I'm eating fish and chips, by the way, in case anyone was curious what that crunching noise was earlier. Very crunchy fish. Let's see who's sticking around the chat still. Hey, Bubblegum Girl, Friendly Wildlife, Nadia Steele, still here. Impressive, thank you. Appreciate it. And Dizzy Knight, lovely to see you, Kittens Commander. Awesome. Long sessions are always so weird. Ooh, I hear the laugh of a gnome. Is that how you picture Elfie probably laughs?
No. Just me being a doofus.
I liked it. I thought it was funny. I can be more dramatic than this. Why is there no rain? Let's put rain up here.
Yes. All the things.
Yes, put rain. Here we go.
All the
Rain not
things,
working?
all the things.
It's working for me.
Oh,
I see it.
that must be nice. Damn it. I want the rain.
It's not working for you?
No, which makes no sense.
Oh.
Literally no sense for me.
I'm the host. Why not? But anyhow, you carve your way. Well, you don't really carve your way out of the prison. You just kind of trick people. Yeah, you're more mischievous than violent, which is interesting. But you make your way to the bridge. You're almost all the way to you're almost through the bridge, and you're blocked by some people clad in very nice armor. What do you do?
It's just those three?
Yep, just these three.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Sleep at level 5.
All right. Oh, fuck. At level 5? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. All right. And that's spread out between all of them, correct?
Yeah. Whoever has like the lowest HP falls asleep first, and then up until you've reached 60. Yes.
All right. Well, thank God. You knocked out one of them.
One.
Yep. Good job. How many dice was that? A lot of dice.
Oh my god. We also knocked out one.
Yep. The one with the lowest health.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that would do more.
And you know what? Congratulations, you have engaged in combat.
Nice.
So please, everybody, toggle your combat state. I'm gonna have a little tussle.
Okay. You want to help me beat up some guys, Samantha?
God, I absolutely love that you have a cat so much.
Same.
Come here, Samantha. You want to say hi?
Oh, I didn't mean to roll 2.
Yeah, you do that. That doesn't matter.
So bad.
Oof, how does this keep happening? Alright, Ollie, it is your turn.
Sweet. I would like to cast Wind Wall.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Will that disturb the knight that's sleeping, I wonder?
I don't know.
Only if he takes damage.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and place your measured token. Well, measured
I would-
template.
Oh, not that. Oh, I didn't want it there. I
It's
would-
okay, I can help.
Thanks.
Yeah, I know, they're annoying.
Yep.
I imagine you
wanna-
want just to, like, poof this.
Yeah, I kind of want to just stop them, you know, and kind of push them out of the way.
Let's
And then do
see.
I roll damage?
Yeah, you'll roll for damage. Or half as much on a successful roll. Okay. Well, on a failure. All right, now I just have to roll their saving throws because they will take damage. That one passes.
Darn.
And that one does not. So this one takes... That's 11 damage. Brings you down to that. And you, we round up always, so it goes down to that, because I can't tell you what it is.
Okay.
Which is all kinds of annoying, because I want to tell you these things just by instinct. Alright. Do you want to move, or is that going to be your move?
Nope, that's it.
Alright. It says it lasts for 1 minute. The thing I wonder is that, does walking against the wind of the wind wall reduce your speed?
I would think so.
Yeah, I feel just like it makes sense. If they're going to walk in a straight line towards you, I'm going to half their movement. This just makes sense.
It does.
Alright. The knight is going to try to just power through this like a himbo idiot. So, he's just going to move 3. He's now here. And the veteran also apparently is just going to do this like an idiot. But he manages to get close enough that he thinks he's going to cut you a bit, Ollie.
Okay.
It's what he does, you know. And try to hit you with his sword. You know, let's see if he's able to make it. Okay, I was about to say, if I rolled a 2, I cannot tell you how mad I would be. And that does hit.
Yep.
Alright, let's see. 11 damage.
Okay.
Thank you. And Elfie, it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Hold Person at level 3, which allows me to target 2 people instead of just 1.
Nice.
So I'm targeting this guy and this guy.
Got it.
So they both need to make wisdom saves.
You are doing a shockingly good job, like, avoiding damaging people. And none of them passed it. So I guess
Okay,
they
so
are...
They are paralyzed.
Huh.
Though at the end of their turns, they can try to saving throw again.
Jesus Christ. I'm genuinely just super impressed.
And so now I'm going to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Huh. Yeah.
And that's it.
Okay. Ollie, it's your turn.
Okay. Five. Okay, so I moved. And
The
they
only
already...
reason my cat's in here is because my husband's in the other room.
That's fine.
And she's got the door closed.
They can't move, correct?
Yeah,
they are paralyzed.
Okay. Okay, I'll cast Healing Word on Elfie.
That's sweet of you.
Try.
Are you just like, there you go, bud?
Pretty much.
Thank you. That helps.
I got you.
It's amazing. I gave you extremely godlike powers, and you guys have managed to not murder people.
It's not their fault.
It is what I was hoping for.
You were
I
hoping
thought
that
there
it
was going to be
turn
like
us into
holes in
murder
the city
hobos?
wall. So, sorry, what?
You were hoping it would turn us into murder hobos?
I thought maybe. Yeah, this one's still paralyzed. I was like, this is gonna be what it takes to make Elfie become evil. And it did not. It did not. Still paralyzed. Holy shit. Alright, Elfie, your turn.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1
And
second. Oh, perfect. Yeah,
And-
you're good.
I'm not gonna do anything. I just needed to move.
Yeah. Ollie, your turn.
Okay. All done. Oh wait, not all done. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
Yeah. And you know what? Congratulations. You guys have escaped Bowick without murdering a single person while being
Nice.
these godlike beings. And
Out of the city?
yeah, I'm gonna say you got out of the city. I'll take you to the next map. I have no idea how you did it. I'm gonna say you guys run for quite a while. None of the guards are able to catch up with you through your strange trickery. And you guys travel and travel and travel until you guys eventually feel safe enough that you can set up camp. And there you go. You did it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just kind of baffled. Huh.
I love to subvert your expectations.
You absolutely did. By the way, is Koo back to Koo?
Sure.
All right. Koo. Oh God. Well, you did it. You got everybody out. Yeah, it's probably about 4:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. If you guys want to wrap up and ask people questions and do your final things during the session, go for it.
I can't see the map.
What's that?
I can't see the map.
Oh, you can't?
I'm just floating in a black void.
Oh, back to the stupid that thing. Yeah, I fix that. Excuse me, the whole scene should be visible. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you managed to find a spot to set up camp that's near a small lake. Yeah, everybody kind of had their gear ready, and you got a little camp. You got a camp full of people, which is weird. I could have swore people were gonna die today.
Yeah.
Not today.
Yeah! I have more luck almost killing you with boars than I... Okay. Huh.
So wait, we go back to our normal states, yes?
Yes, you're back to your normal states.
Okay.
When you return back to your normal states, you feel that the magic supporting your bodies for this last hour, you kind of adjusted to, just returns back to where it came from, and you feel just incredibly drained afterwards.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like the support in your posture feels like it is missing.
Well, then Elfie's like, she's sitting on the ground, like, trying not to fall over.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same.
Arvonius watched both of you guys go through what you did and use your insane powers for that time. And he just kind of... You can't tell just by looking at him if it's a fear that he feels or if it's just like a respect for the power you two wielded. Or what it is, but he looks at you both a little bit differently. Lorifer could not give a shit. He's happy to be out of jail.
Fair.
Lupo is kind of worn out from the long excursion he's been on. So he just wants to be in dark. So he just sets up camp and he just tries to sleep throughout the day that's coming.
Fair.
Ku kind of looks conflicted of the situation. He looks kind of hurt that his agency was taken away, considering he felt like it was his duty to obey the law. So he's kind of messed with more of this situation. So,
Yeah.
what do you guys do?
Well, Ollie, do you think we should, I don't know, somehow try to expose the mage, or now that we're out about, just leave it in our dust and just keep going, or I don't know. We're kind of outlaws now.
Yeah. I kind of want to see... I should have things within, like, my bags, right? To, like, write a message or whatever.
I will say, you could. Yes?
I have a letter I can send.
What are you going to send?
I can send a letter of protection to Ramar, because obviously something has been destabilized in Bowick. It needs to be stabilized.
I guess it's kind of the right situation. Fair enough.
Sorry, go ahead. You can send a letter too. I just remembered that I had those.
I would like... Is there any small animals within, like, the area?
There's, like, birds and stuff.
Okay. I would like to cast... Summon Beast.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to summon a... not very large, but not a very small one either. A small black, or like medium-ish spider that looks like the Spider King. And I would like to attach a message to its leg, or wherever I could attach a message to a spider.
Yes.
And let the cult members know that they should probably leave the city, and to bring the snakes with them if they can, and if not, to make sure that their church, that they keep to, like, you know, their word or whatever, but to tell them that the justice system is corrupt, but that they don't have the power to attack. To let them know that we've made it out safely.
All right. Yeah, definitely.
And just to kind of, instead of signing it like with my name, I will sign it with a little snake.
I can tell you immediately, they're gonna love that.
Oh, I know.
God, sending a spider to do it? Fuck.
I figured, like, as long as it's not a super big spider, obviously carrying a message, it'll be fine. But big enough to be noticed once it gets to its destination.
Okay. All right. And Elfie, are you sending any little bit, any extra writing attached to the letter, or are you just gonna send the letter?
Am I using the spider to send my letter?
Or a bird you catch, or whatever, doesn't matter.
Okay.
I can tell the spider to go to multiple places too.
Okay, well, however we end up doing it, yeah, I'm going to attach a letter for Ramar personally explaining the situation. That I've been framed for murder and we think it was the mage, and I've escaped Bowick, but now I'm on the run. I may continue toward the Moloch and deal with the situation later, but I just want him to know what's going on.
Perfect. So you send the letter and everything?
Yeah.
Perfect. And all right, what else do you want to do before you wrap up? Anything else?
XP, I don't think I'll level, but just in case. And then...
Hey, you guys do get a decent chunk of XP.
And then, no.
Let's see. Technically, that's a big XP opponent that you technically defeated. Technically. God, I had to put qualifiers on it now. So that was... You guys do actually get a decent amount of XP for this.
Sweet.
There you go. God, please tell me Elfie's not leveled up. Oh, thank God.
I'm not. No. I'm close though.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just so worried because then you're going to get a 3rd level spell slot and I'm just going to be so confused at what to throw at you. All right.
Nice.
Anything else? Any last discussions?
Nope. I think so.
Elfie, she's so tired.
Yep.
Yeah. We've also been doing this for like 6 hours.
Yeah, that's very true.
I appreciate you guys being such good sports about it. Really appreciate
she
it.
Like, she crawls over to a tent and just like falls asleep.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't even care about anything right now. I just want to sleep.
Yeah, kittens. You right.
Arvonius immediately tries to take the big tent. Unless someone wants to stop him, you know.
I don't give enough shits. Me and Pebble are going over here.
Elfie's asleep. She doesn't care.
Nope.
Yeah, Lorfer, I'm gonna say, like, he leaves pretty quickly. Like, he gets out of there. Ku does not go with him. Ku just kind of spends the next while just staring at the fire, contemplating the choices that have been made. He's thinking about a lot of things. He's thinking, maybe I should be more than level 3, being, you know, forever years old.
Old enough to be my grandfather.
He really fucking is. He's so old. Gross. Yeah, I think that's a good point to end it, I think, then.
Hell yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate you both being here for so long. I know it was a much longer session than what we normally do. And I know it's different than what we normally do. I questioned how I was going to do you guys being much more leveled up and powered for a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, like, I didn't know what it should be, and I definitely didn't expect you to have that much power and not kill anybody. That was surprising. You held true to your characters so well. Was impressive.
Kind have been a little bit of enlightened self-interest too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems better just to incapacitate them and move on.
I don't know. It's amazing that you get the power from this strange, mysterious entity, and you don't do evil things with it. It's like Lord of the Rings if somebody got one of the Rings of Power and then just used it to make people tired that they didn't like.
Well, I'm pretty sure at least the bear, the direwolf, probably made those 2 or 3 guards like shit their pants. But...
Yeah, but they're not dead. You could have easily made them all dead.
I mean, I could have, but then my bear and my direwolf were gonna get hit more, and that's just fucked up. They didn't do nothing wrong.
I want to show you something about empowered Elfie, what she could have done.
Yeah.
Because she could have been terrifying. Like this spell, for instance. Cone of Cold. It would be aimed at him, let's not lie. Could have done 33 damage on a not great roll. Or hopefully more than that, 37. Yeah. Could have been pretty high, so it is impressive that you didn't go that route.
Thought about it.
Yeah. You thought about Dark
Yeah.
Elfie?
Yeah, I don't know if we're quite there yet.
Not yet.
I guess not.
I mean, I had 2 giant fluffy killing machines.
You two are definitely the right people to have for for this session.
Yeah.
If it was going to be
Yeah.
no one dying.
If we had Eldramon and Uted, it would have been a bloodbath.
Oh yeah.
God. The funny thing is, I have leveled up character sheets of them too, and they're also terrifying. But anyhow, I appreciate you guys playing a lot, and I appreciate everybody that watched. I'll be back
Hi, Jet.
on Thursday. I don't know exactly when, because I'll probably stream early. But anyhow, appreciate you guys being here. Talk to you guys.